Board Member Bergen.
Here.
And Board President Joshua.
Here.
Record indicates that Board Member Cuddle has not made it in. Board Member Wright. And
Board Member Manny is here.
I do know that the others are trying.
Yes.
I think Board Member
Okay, now
Cuddle is in the attendee list as well, and I'm also here.
Board Member Manny.
Present.
Okay, Student Representative Lily Foreman.
Here.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we have 7 board members who are participating through the virtual platform, and we appear to have 2 board members who are still having difficulty accessing.
I believe Board Member Cuddle is here and may be in the attendee list.
Okay.
So with that, I will move, and when we get that, so we will acknowledge it on the record that they are in attendance. So I believe we said 7 board members present and 2 with we know, and 1 student rep and 2 experiencing technical difficulties. Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Before we get going, we do need to have a motion to conduct this meeting virtually. I got it. 3rd time is the charm. I told you.
Thank you.
That we have to conduct this meeting virtually due to the public health emergency. All in favor? Raise thumbs up is great. All right, Ms. Butler, I believe that's unanimous from the members that are on right now.
I got it. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we get started, I just wanted to ask everyone, today the news came out that the United States of America has lost 500,000 lives to the coronavirus pandemic. And I just wanted everyone, if you will, to take just a moment to reflect on what that has meant for us over the past year, and, you know, give strength to all those families, families who have lost multiple members. So a moment of silence, please. Okay, thank you. Next on our agenda is the board recognition. Student Rep Foreman, are you ready to proceed with the recognition for this month?
Yep. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you now. I can see you. People just
Okay.
move around a little bit. Thank you.
Okay. So to start tonight's recognitions, congratulations to members of the CHS girls basketball team who so far have an undefeated record for their season with their defeat against Newark Tech recently. Go Cougars! Congratulations to the basketball team. Next, we have CHS freshman Natalie Urasov, who received a triple win for the 2021 Scholastic Art and Writings Award presented by the Alliance for Young Artists and Writers. Natalie won Gold Key, Silver Key, and honorable mentions for her work and received the award letter in late January. Her Gold Key Work Award automatically advanced her to the national level of adjudication in New York City. The National Medal Award will be announced on March 17th. Since 1923, the Scholastic Awards have recognized some of America's most celebrated artists when they were teenagers. Natalie is part of an esteemed group of alumni, which include Andy Warhol, Stephen King, Charles White, and Joyce Carol Oates, to name a few. Congratulations, Natalie. Next, congratulations to Columbia High School seniors Elizabeth Crofton and Lillian Petrozzillo, who are both recipients of 2021 Scholastic Arts Awards. The Scholastic Art and Writing Competition is the nation's longest-running, most prestigious recognition program for creative teens. Teens in grades 7 through 12, ages 13 and up, can apply in 28 categories of arts and writing. The students submitted several pieces to the Scholastic Awards competition in December 2020, and we're thrilled to hear some of their pieces received honorable mention and a Gold Key Award in this regional competition. Elizabeth Crofton's works are Contrasting Cubes, Growth and Decay, which received an honorable mention, and her Treehouse, Baha'i Kubo, earned a Gold Key Award. Elizabeth created a treehouse inspired by Baha'i Kubo, the Filipino indigenous house, which was inspired by her mother's heritage. For Contrasting Cubes, Growth and Decay, Crofton was tasked to craft cubes that explore two opposing characters, so she chose to contrast growth and decay. Lillian's piece, Cupie and Phobia, both received honorable mentions. Cupie is a colored pencil still life of objects from her mother's childhood, and Phobia is a watercolor painting. Special thanks to CHS art educator Kirk Maynard for mentoring the students, them to and finally, congratulations to Maplewood Middle School 8th grader Jonathan Cross, who has been selected as one of EverFi's Future Smart Scholarship recipients. As a winner, Jonathan will receive a $1,000 college savings gift card that can be deposited into the 529 saving plans of his or her choice. Jonathan was encouraged to apply by his teacher, Mary Alice Zavaki, STEM teacher of Creative Comp Design at MMS. The Future Smart Scholarship Program is provided through the Mass Mutual Foundation. The Future Smart Program course provided at MMS provides interactive exercises that challenge students to make choices in real-life scenarios to achieve important goals around saving, job planning, and budgeting. Using their knowledge and experience from the course, students set their own financial goals and make plans for their future. The Future Smart Scholarship Contest is open to any U.S. student in grades 6 through 8 who has completed at least 3 of the Future Smart digital lessons. In addition to completing the lessons, students had to submit a short essay about what they learned and how the Future Smart program has made an impact on them. Congratulations, Jonathan, and that concludes tonight's recognitions.
Thank you, Student Rep Foreman. We'll now go on to move the minutes in. Now, the agenda says the retreat minutes, but I don't see those. I don't know if those have been prepared yet. So I think we're only prepared to move the minutes from the January 25th meeting. Are there any corrections on those? Anyone have any updates? Okay, we'll move those minutes into the record. Thank you. Next, I'll read the statement and then we will move on to the audit presentation. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment, or in many cases, unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. The superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the board. It is then referred to the appropriate board committee. Members of board committees work with the administration and the superintendent to ensure that members fully understand the matter, and after the committee discusses the matter, it is presented to the full board for discussion before any action is taken, and only then is it placed on the agenda for action at a public meeting. Okay, thank you. And now we will move Dr. Taylor over to you for the announcement of the presentations. Do you want to just make that an ultimate for the slight change in the agenda that we've discussed for this evening?
Yes, thank you to our board president. And again, good evening to our board members and members of the public. To our board president, through our solicitor, I believe we have to formally adjust this agenda to reflect. Yes. And so because we know that we have a number of members of the public who would like to participate in public speaks, and we don't want our students who want to participate to have to wait late to the evening, we're asking to modify our agenda. I will put forward to the board that the modifications are as follows, that we move our student board reps update to happen after our audit presentation, and then we move our hearing of individuals, the first one, to be after the board reps update, and then we will continue our budget updates and access and equity presentation, et cetera, after that. I make that
also
motion.
I'm happy to go with the regular time. I see some students, so I'd definitely love for them to go first, but I don't have to. I'll be here all night, so I don't have to go early.
We just want everyone to hear you. We want them to hear your update. We know that you're going to stick with us as you do in our committee meetings and everything. So if it's okay with the board, I put forward that motion for your consideration.
All right. a second? Second. Thank you, Board Member Manny. All in favor? All right, that's unanimous. Thank you. And I believe Mr. Roth is as an attendee via phone, Mr. Bonds. So if we want to queue him up, he may want to give a brief intro to our auditor for this evening.
Quick sound check that you can hear me.
Good.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I ended up with the blue screen of death on my computer, so I had to switch to phone. But I think it's pronounced Hodeluk and Morrison, a division of PKF O'Connor, performed the audit for the school district for the 1920 school year. And Mr. Andrew Hodeluk is here to present the audit. And the reason why it is being read into the record in February as opposed to December, there were delays from the state in providing information that's required for the audit, and the state provided an extension, and that's why the audit is late this year. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Mr. Andrew Hodeluk to present the audit.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Great. Mr. President, members of the board, pleasure to be here. I'm actually pinch hitting for my partner, Bob Morrison. He's actually on a medical leave. He's usually been with you folks in the past. And actually, my name is pronounced Hodeluk, but that's okay. It's been pronounced many different ways over the course of its history. And we actually have merged in with what the firm is called PKF O'Connor Davies. We merged in with them about 2 years ago, and we're transitioning. It's been a very good transition. There's a number of many more professionals than ourselves, and it's been a really positive experience, and we're really glad we did. So without any further ado about that, in terms of the audit went well. Again, it was a little bit unique this year in terms of COVID, but we want to thank your staff. They really stepped up and helped us get through the process. And with respect to the report on the opinion on the financial statements, again, it's a clean opinion, which is unmodified, which means that in terms of the financial numbers within the financial statements, we agree to their presentation on with the concept of materiality that's embedded in the whole accounting pronouncements and standards and what have you. And that's basically an A+ grade for your folks in terms of your financial statements. Financially, you ended up the year strongly. There was a positive variance, mostly on the expenditure side, which we've seen happen with other districts based on how it transpired during the year. So your fund balance did improve year to year from June 19 over to June 20. And with respect to the management report, there are no recommendations, which again, that means that, obviously we go through your financial records, and that is through a process of testing various documents, what have you. And also, as part of the audit, we're also required to test compliance with very many statutory requirements and regulations. And the testing of that revealed no exceptions that need to be reported as a recommendation. So there are no recommendations included in your management report. So try to keep it brief as possible. And with that, I guess open up to any questions.
Board Member Manny.
So thank you very much. I did, over the past several years, our business administrator and the building leaders have addressed the student activities accounts and tried to improve that process. I did read that you are recommending continuing to standardize the inputs and the way that we're capturing certain parts of the student account.
That's correct. That's, usually we see that as an ongoing process, but to the extent that you can get there, that would be a wonderful thing. Obviously, it's not necessarily a priority for a lot of folks in terms of student activity funds, but it is something that we have to take a look at. And the more you can standardize your policies, procedures, and the way the records are maintained, that is always helpful.
Yeah, no, I think our business administrator did a great job over the past several years.
I'd like to just commend Mr. Roth on the audit for it being, you know, so there's no issues, and that you know, I have to give him props for his work and the business office's work, and our auditor for their job too. But I just wanted to thank everybody for their great work in making this possible. And it was the quickest auditor presentation I've ever seen, so I thank you, my friend.
Ms.
Hodulek.
Hodulek, I was going to say that. Okay, thank you. My question, I just wanted to get a little more information on, as it related to the COVID-19 emergency. Obviously, that's something that, you know, in previous audits didn't exist. Just what did you see in terms of our budgetary processes, I guess, accordingly? And other than we know there are no findings, just food service in particular, I see that, you know, we sort of pivoted on the fly to continue that that service for our students and for our families during the spring. And obviously we've continued since then, but this is just through the end of these, I guess through the June 2020.
Correct. Yes. Well, as indicated, what we've seen mostly in a number of districts is that the expenditure side of the equation, just because there wasn't that much activity in terms of what the students would have you, they were a little bit less in terms of money's not being spent. And that's why we see the result of that in terms of your increase in your fund balance. But, you know, in terms of us knowing exactly how you handle that COVID, all we can tell you is that, you know, your financials were fine. You know, they improved. So, you know, kudos to the district to manage your finances accordingly in that very stressful period.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Hodulek?
I'd just like to tie one thing into this audit. If you recall, we had a public reading of one of our federal audits last month, which there were also no financial findings. So I just mention that because now there's two auditors looking at the set of books in the same year and they came to the same conclusion. So I say that out loud so it adds credence to all the work our auditors do when they are agreeing.
Great.
To Mr. President, I know that, you know, I'm not supposed to evaluate our personnel in public, and we know that on this agenda is the retirement of Mr. Roth from our district after many years of high levels of service. And I just think it's very apropos that his final audit be reflected as it has been, with very little questioning of it and of his honesty and his forthright nature in putting our district students first. So thank you, Paul, for your service.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. So wait, Board Member Bergen, was that a question? No, okay, no. Okay, so seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Hodulek, for the presentation this evening.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. And
you are more than welcome to stay.
Thank you.
But we won't be upset if you leave.
Thank you for the offer.
Thank you, Mr. Hodulek.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Dr. Taylor, I believe per the amended agenda we just said, we will now move to public speaks.
Our board rep, I believe our board rep was first.
Okay. Mr. Rep Foreman, your report.
Okay. And just before I get into my report, I've been having some tech issues today. So if it starts to get choppy, just let me know and I can try to fix it. Okay, thank you. I'll start with an update about recent and upcoming events at Columbia, and then I'll discuss what I believe are some necessary changes as we head into the second semester. This month at CHS, students have had a variety of opportunities to celebrate Black History Month, thanks to MAC, Student Council, and other school organizations. Events have ranged from talent shows to open discussions to movie screenings. These important conversations about race will continue tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. at the CHS Asian American Student Alliance open discussion panel in response to the recent surge of anti-Asian violence, which I encourage all students to attend. It's at 3:30 tomorrow, and information is on their Instagram. Next, with the first semester coming to a close, grades are on many students' minds right now. For many, it's not a matter of whether their A will turn into a B or even a C. It's a matter of whether they'll pass their classes, be promoted at the end of the year, or graduate on time. As discussed in board committees, online learning has led to an increase in students receiving failing grades in their classes. Having reached the halfway mark of the year, it's crucial that we address this issue as soon as possible, and I'm extremely grateful that the board, Dr. Taylor, and Mr. Sanchez, and other administrators are committed to this. As student representatives, Jakai and I are asking the Board of Education and district administrators to implement changes that will reduce the pressure on students and give them every reasonable opportunity to succeed. These recommended changes include more frequent asynchronous days, decreased workloads, and an overall sense of leniency for students who are struggling. The results of a student survey that Jakai and I distributed last week demonstrate the extent to which students are struggling. The survey asked students to describe their experiences and emotions about online learning, as well as what supports would be helpful to them. We've received over 1,000 responses so far. First, students were asked to select the top 3 words that described how they're feeling about school right now. The options included adjectives ranging from confident and motivated to neutral to anxious and confused. The top 4 results were overwhelmed, stressed, unmotivated, and anxious. These results make perfect sense when we think about the range of challenges that students are grappling with right now. Isolation, taking care of family, worrying about the health and safety of themselves and others, tech issues, a lack of in-person support and structure, and the trauma of living through this unprecedented time. Regardless of whether we return to school in some form of an in-person or hybrid model, or whether we don't do that in the near future, these issues will persist. I think it's time that we explicitly acknowledge that we cannot expect all students to learn as much in their classes this year as they may in a normal year. When we expect a normal amount of work and learning from students in a very abnormal time, of course students are going to struggle and in many cases fail, not to mention the toll on their mental health. CHS students told us what supports and changes they need. Our survey asked them to select their top 3 choices out of a list of 8 changes. 77% selected an increase in asynchronous days so they can catch up on work, and 73% selected an overall decrease in work assigned outside of class. These were by far the 2 leading choices. In addition, 43% selected the implementation of floor grades, and 38% selected fewer points deducted on assignments turned in late, and together those were the top 4 choices. Also, the survey was distributed prior to the announcement that the breaks in between classes would return to 5 minutes instead of 10, and in many open-ended responses, students requested a switch back to the 10-minute breaks. While I understand the impulse to dismiss some of these results as students wanting to get out of doing schoolwork, I think we owe our students more respect and credit than that. While we believe these survey results provide a roadmap for next steps, specifically scheduling more frequent days without classes or new work assigned, standardizing increased leniency from teachers, longer breaks between classes, decreasing homework amounts, and implementing a grading system that prevents 1 or 2 assignments from completely tanking a student's grade. This means accepting the reality that some classes might not go as fast as some students can handle. Ultimately, the issue comes down to the question of whether we're willing to leave our most vulnerable students behind, or if we'll take the reasonable measures needed to help all students make it through this uniquely difficult year. For students, the answer is clear. We hope the board and administration will consider these requests with the urgency and seriousness they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Student Rep. Foreman. It's very insightful. I believe next we're going to move on to public speaks.
Yes, but I would just like to acknowledge that Board Rep. Foreman and our alternate, Jakai, we had a great conversation around this. And the thought that we can do nothing, that is not an option for us. And so just to let everyone know, folks who are in the public, that our CNI committee here with the board has been meeting with our CNI team led by Dr. Friedman and of course our assistant superintendent for special services, Dr. Alegria, and our assistant sup for access and equity, Dr. Perez. And we've been talking about this with the high school team. For those who may not be aware, who didn't have a high school student last year, one temporary fix that we did apply to support students in these unprecedented times was a course designation as entitled course in progress. And it allowed students to have more time to complete their coursework up until just this past December. And when Board Rep Foreman and I were talking about some of these concerns, we understood that there would be some parents who also felt the opposite, right? Who felt that there wasn't enough rigor, and understanding that we're going to be navigating those kind of conversations during these complex times. So I just want to acknowledge the thoughtfulness of our board rep in representing her constituents along with her alternate. Jakai, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Mr. Roth, can you just note for the record that board members Cuddle and Wright are now here, so we get that.
That is noted.
Thank you. Okay, I do believe we're ready to move forward. Mr. Bonds, do you have the list of names for? Oh, here we go.
So again, Mr. President, we're going to go through the live speakers first. Yes.
That's right. Right. That I don't have it from you. I don't know if you have that or if Mr. Bonds has that readily available. If he wants to start reading through those names and unmuting as necessary.
Yep, that was just sent over.
Okay. We should also, let's see. I'll pull that up. I don't see. I know it's coming in. I haven't seen it yet. Give me a second. I have the list of written comments. Is it attached to this at the bottom, or is it a separate?
It's a separate spreadsheet.
Spreadsheet.
It just came. It's an Excel file. Yep.
Okay.
As a caveat, because I know that we have a number of people who want to participate in public speaks. Normally, what I would do is respond after each public speaks within that topic area. But just to reserve the time that folks have available, I'll save my response to the very end, just as a note for everyone.
And due to the large number that we have this evening, we will limit public speaks to 2 minutes instead of our recent 3 minutes, just so we give more people an opportunity to participate. The first name I have on this list is Michael Kranz of Maplewood. Mr. Bonds, can you unmute Mr. Kranz?
I do not see a Kranz on the attendee list.
Okay, the next name I have here is Brian Savitz of South Orange.
Yes, this is Brian Savitz. Can you hear me?
Savitz. Yes, you can. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to thank you, Board Member Alyssa Malaspina, for your recent letter in the Village Green instructing the town on how to lobby the local and state officials to push through for the approvals on the sorely needed renovation plans. It was the most honest and helpful direction I've seen coming from a board member in the 5 years that I've lived here. So thank you. Second, I'm asking you, Dr. Taylor, to open the schools 5 days a week. We have 4 months left of the school year. The data is clear. The safest place for our kids is in school. Time is of the essence. Remote learning is not working for a very large percentage of the district students, not to mention the lack of extra services for those who need it. This is not the fault of the teachers, in my experience, but the fault of the medium in which it is being delivered remotely. Academic milestones aside, I am here to tell you that this is doing very, very serious damage to the social and emotional well-being of not only my own child, but an extremely large percentage of the children in this district. I don't feel that you all understand the gravity of this situation. There does not seem to be a lot of creative solutions being talked about at these board meetings. There does seem to be a lot of internal bickering going on. Why? Time is of the essence, and this is extremely serious. Asking for our patience is no longer an option. We need some honest answers and real solutions from everybody. Maybe Paul Roth can give some parting words of wisdom, or some of the more senior board members can answer one of the questions that seems to be on everyone's mind right now. Where are our tax dollars even going? How did the disrepair of our school buildings even get to this point? The HVAC reports from your own architects are egregious, even if COVID didn't exist. How many board votes did it take to defer maintenance for as long as it has been deferred? The town needs to know. We have an amazing, diverse community full of very talented and caring people who want to help. You will find that there is more help than you think. You just need to ask for it. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Savitz. Our next community member is Jeannie Kwan, South Orange.
It looks like the audio settings aren't set, so I cannot unmute that community member.
Okay, maybe we can come back. The next person I see is Kim Charles of South Orange.
Yes, hi. We are the parents of 2 elementary students at South Mountain who are being taught by 2 wonderful teachers. I want our teachers to be vaccinated and I want them to feel safe upon their return to school. My spouse is an engineer and his work is considered essential, thus he has been back to work since June. He has not been vaccinated yet, so we understand the anxiety about a safe return. We were surprised to hear of the district's agreement with SOMEA that classrooms must meet three standards: working mechanical ventilation, open windows if desired by staff, and temperatures that could be maintained above 68 degrees despite it being February. Obviously, the degree to which windows are open will directly impact the ability of classrooms' heating systems to be able to heat the cold winter air. While I understand the desire to open windows, opening them undermines the ability of any heating system to maintain temperatures. Why are agreements made that cannot be upheld? If this standard is to be continued, whether or not our long-range facilities plan is able to be initiated this summer, our school buildings will continue to face issues like this over the course of the next years. No matter how new of an HVAC system we get, it is unlikely that that temperature could have been maintained. Will that constitute more shutdowns? Can we consider new guidelines and ways of educating our students that go beyond remote instruction that align with current pandemic-related challenges? Can we lower temperature guidelines that are still safe but make sense given the need for open windows? Can we include asynchronous options for children who are struggling with remote instruction, because there are so many children who need to get off the computer or who can't participate at all? Can we stagger children and teachers across the school day or the school week and utilize weekends to give opportunity for more children to be in school? Can we use tented outdoor classrooms during milder months to create more capacity for in-person learning? Can we hire additional staff to supplement in-person instruction? Everyone is asking for us to be creative. Thank you for hearing my comment.
Thank you, Ms. Charles. Our next public comment is from Advocate Martell of Maplewood.
Hello?
We can hear you. You have 2 minutes.
You can hear me? Okay, great. Thank you. I wanted to express my appreciation for our amazing teachers. There has been so much divisive rhetoric in town. Too much of that has villainized the teachers and their union, whose job it is to protect and advocate for its members. I have watched our teachers create beautiful learning from across the screen, watched them reach out in private conversations with students who are struggling, and watched them reinvent the wheel again and again, and they have my heartfelt gratitude. I have watched as community members have asked them to be quiet, throw on a jacket, and deal with whatever conditions they met in school. As community members who, when they learned that teachers were working in classrooms in January with no heat for days, criticize teachers for complaining, when in the past, before COVID, I know they would have stood up for our teachers' rights to a warm classroom and a functioning building. I've read communications to families and to the press from you that's adversarial, that emphasizes blame. Communications that do not present a picture of leadership that's working to reestablish productive collaboration with teachers. Everyone wants the same thing. People want to be back in classrooms and they want to be safe. There's been much talk of teachers moving goalposts recently, and I don't see that. I see teachers who agreed to return to schools under specific conditions and found those conditions were inconsistently provided. I see a district that, because of old infrastructure, needed to move the health and safety goalposts it had hoped to set earlier. I do not believe this is the result of bad intentions or bad actions. Our systems are old. Repairs that were supposed to take place by outside contractors have not been completed. Boilers have broken. This is not the fault of the administration, but how you deal with this reality, how you listen and respond to teachers, include them in decision-making, make it clear through process and rhetoric that their well-being is as important to you as is delivering curriculum and opening classrooms matters. I appreciated your decision to postpone phase 4 until April. To me, that showed an acknowledgement of our reality, a flexibility, concern, and problem solving without blame that I hope will continue as you navigate this pandemic with our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Nicole Stewart of Maplewood.
Oh, hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Good evening. For nearly a year, we've all been living through a collective trauma together. We've lost so much normalcy, so many day-to-day routines and comforts of everyday life. Many of us have lost family members and friends. We were thrown in, we've had to pivot and adapt in so many ways so quickly and for so long. We've been expected to sift through incomplete, contradictory, or confusing advice from various agencies and officials, and been expected to make sense out of all of that ever-changing information. In our exhaustion, our hurt, so much of this has turned political and divisive nationally and locally. It's led us to appear to be at war with each other. Our two towns are suffering and deeply divided over what is happening in our school district. We know no one's been perfect. How could any of us be? All stakeholders are experiencing undue levels of stress. To add, we've literally had the nation's eyes on our towns in the last few weeks. What we strongly believe is that when you peel back the anger and suffering, everyone's intentions are to do right by the children in this town. Presently, we're facing unprecedented crises all converging at the same time. To meet this moment, it'll require radical new thinking, acceptance, collaboration, and teamwork. We live in a new reality, and we're fortunate enough to have a community of diverse experiences and experts at our fingertips, ready, willing, and able to support. We can work collectively to get through this together as a community. In kind, we've formed the SOMA Community Alliance for Education. Our mission is to partner with parents, community members, the Board of Education, administrators, and teachers to promote a solutions-oriented, collaborative, and transparent problem-solving framework that recognizes and centers around the best interests of the community. We want to engage all stakeholders who are invested in our community to rally around our schools. We want to extend a hand of good faith and restore trust in each other. We are excited to support our district and our community, and most importantly, the children of SOMA as the Alliance moves forward with positive intentions and collective actions. My co-founder, Liz, will be discussing our goals and objectives. Hopefully, she should be next. And we're looking forward to partnering with all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next public comment is from Liz Callahan of Maplewood.
Me?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Nicole. Currently, we're focused on building out our team as well as hitting the ground running. So here are some current areas of need from our vantage point. 1, supporting a comprehensive safety plan to provide in-school learning opportunities, especially for highest risk students. Special services, we're providing related service, and some self-contained classrooms and evaluations were in person prior to implementation of district-wide hybrid learning. We'd love to work with CPAC, Dr. Alegria, Dr. Taylor, and the board to ensure those services are restored as soon as possible and support communication that's timely and well distributed. Additionally, to provide improved COVID-19 safety plans, we support testing and teacher vaccinations. As educators ourselves, we value the incredible efforts our teachers, paras, service providers, janitors, and all other personnel that make schools run smoothly. And we want them to return confidently, feeling safe and valued as they should. We're promoting testing for teachers and school personnel. For example, a company called Back to Work Solutions, who we've met with, have testing services for staff, students, and families they can provide on a weekly or as needed basis. And we're strongly encouraging teacher vaccination through letter writing and are considering additional actions and organizing around this effort. 2, understanding and supporting our current facilities needs, projected timelines for the LRFP, and supporting dissemination to the community. 3, connecting with the entire community to ensure our group represents the educational wants and needs of all of SOMA. 4, sponsoring at least one community town hall focused on understanding the issues that stakeholders are facing, and potentially another with experts and their recommendations. 5, creating work groups and subcommittees that align with the district's goals to form easy bridges for communication between leaders and community leaders. 6, dissemination and frequent, transparent communication. Communication is paramount to success, and our goal is to ensure the ease of access of necessary and timely information. We also want to provide the community with a trusted source that will follow up for clarifications or more information when needed. These goals will ease the current burden on the district to focus on execution of many tasks while restoring trust within the community. We believe these goals, among others we have in mind, will lessen the burden facing the district in this unparalleled crisis, restore trust between all invested parties, and inspire our community to move forward with a positive lens toward a better and brighter future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Callahan. Our next comment is from Malia Herman on behalf of CPAC from Maplewood.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
To the administration, Board of Education members, and SOMEA leadership, I'm addressing you today on behalf of the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee, CPAC, to point out an urgent and critical issue that is affecting many special education families. Many children in our district have been receiving in-person related services from speech to OT and PT since last September. And now with in-person classes shuttered indefinitely, these in-person services have been shuttered as well, even though many of the therapists who render these services are not members of SOMEA but are hired through outside agencies. The children who receive these services are by definition the most vulnerable in our district. They are in many cases learning basic functions of holding a pencil, speaking, reading, self-regulation strategies, and so forth. We understand that one of the issues is that these services cannot take place in district buildings because a nurse must be on site. We are asking to either waive this requirement or hire substitute nurses to be at the building so that therapists can offer these services, or if not at each building, then at least at the high school where there were safe spaces to administer these sessions and evaluations throughout the fall. As the district and SOMEA meet with a mediator, we request that this issue be placed at the top of the agenda for immediate resolution. Additionally, we implore the district and SOMEA to find a way to offer special education students in self-contained classes and pull-out resource rooms the option of in-person learning. Many of these students have critical needs that are most appropriately met in person, and the longer they are kept in a virtual setting or bounce back and forth between classroom and virtual, the longer their IEPs remain out of compliance. The special education students who would be served by these two critical requests don't include the hundreds of special needs children in inclusion classes, many of which are also in dire straits. So allowing these students the option to return to classrooms should be the next in priority in any discussion regarding a return to buildings. The children represented by CPAC are the most vulnerable in our district. They should be front and center in any discussion or mediation regarding a return to classrooms. Thank you for your attention. I read that as fast as I could.
And you got it in just in time. Thank you, Ms. Herman. Okay, that is
President Joshua.
Yes.
Community member Kwan was able to dial in for the public speaks portion.
All right.
1 second, and I'll unmute.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. And thank you for moving the public speaks portion of the agenda earlier in the meeting. Very much appreciate that. So my name is Jeannie Kwan. I am a mother of 2 boys. The oldest is 7, the youngest is 4. I am also a resident of South Orange. My 4-year-old has not been able to access his IEP for close to a year. Virtual learning for an IEP does not work. It is a fallacy. We need a solution here. My 7-year-old, we have seen him decline over the year. The virtual remote learning, while it should be an option for parents, the teachers and the school staff who need to be reasonably accommodated for health issues. They should absolutely have that option. But for us, for a family, I'm here for my kids. They need to go back in. Remote learning does not work for them. We have seen my oldest son change. He is not the same boy that he was a year ago. His love for learning has completely changed. It is so tragic to watch this happen. It is a struggle every single day to get him to sit in front of the computer and to engage. The struggle that's happening in my house, the toll that it's taken on the relationship with him and the parents. He asks the teacher, who we absolutely love and adore, when can he come back to school? It is absolutely heartbreaking. So what is the plan? What is the plan to get our kids back in full-time, back in school safely, get the teachers back in school safely, get the staff back in school safely? What's the targets? What are the plans? What are the milestones? What needs to be done? We need some more transparency here in terms of the data, the information. The presentation that was given on in February around the President's Day weekend, right, in terms of the HVAC motor blowers, there are 45 that are out. How many classrooms are actually impacted? How many do we have to mitigate? What are the creative solutions to mitigate this so the entire district is not upheld because of the number of classes that are not in compliance? So thank you for listening. I'm here for them. This is the community issue right now for parents today in South Orange and Maplewood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move to the written comments. Let me pull that up. Okay, I will read these. Dr. Teller, you're going to comment now or at the end?
I'm taking notes to comment at the end.
Okay, great. Thank you. Alrighty, I'll try to get through as many of these as I can. Looks like I have about 39 minutes remaining, so I will do my best. All right, I'll set my timer. The first comment is from Gina Priotiaza from South Orange. We need to be focused on opening the schools with the end goal of full-day in-person instruction for pre-K through 8 in the fall. There can be a virtual option, but there should be no hybrid option as it complicates the process and is not necessary once teachers are vaccinated. To make this happen, we need to plan now and focus on two main things. One, vaccinate teachers. Do whatever is in our power to distribute the vaccine to our teachers. Make it available to them and easy to get. Other districts are doing this. How are they doing it? How can we do it here? Essex County is leading the nation in vaccine rollout. How can we work with our county to distribute the vaccine to our teachers? Two, audit our facilities to ensure that they are operational and meet basic standards. We have been doing this, but clearly we're not doing a good job. How can we do a better job? What are the main roadblocks? These two things should be top priority and all resources should be going to meet these two objectives. Again, that was Gina Priotiaza from South Orange. Our next comment is from Moriama Garcia of South Orange. Given the strong negative impact virtual learning has had on our children, we cannot in good conscience keep submitting them to hours of screen that have worsened anxiety and ADD symptoms for my oldest daughter and have yielded no meaningful progress for a preschool with special needs. The situation we find ourselves in is not based on science or keeping concern for our children's well-being at the center. We've continued to wait patiently for resolution, and every time we seem to make progress, we go back to square one. Until the district can offer meaningful education and support for our kids, we will stop the daily torture on our household of trying to force them into remote learning not appropriate for their ages and developmental needs. The union is advocating for their members. We don't have a way to advocate for our children except to do what we consider best for our kids. Our family cannot afford private school or has ability to homeschool, so our only option is to move out the district. We are not the only ones. Property values will decrease once it is no longer an open secret that our schools in our town have not been able to get kids back to school. What this is doing to the kids in our town might be irreparable harm. Again, that was Moriama Garcia of South Orange. Our next public comment is from Mike Benedictson from South Orange. Dear Superintendent and members of the board, I'm a father of a 10-year-old boy enrolled in self-boarding and a 6-year-old daughter who I unenrolled from self-boarding earlier this year because she cannot tolerate virtual kindergarten. My son has been remote schooling in our unheated garage with 2 other boys since school started in September. They are supervised by a college kid from our block whose brother has autoimmune disease and is highly vulnerable to COVID. As a result, the boys keep the door and window open in the garage at all times and wear masks when distancing is impossible to protect each other from asymptomatic infection. It hasn't been even close to 68 degrees in the garage since October. This morning it was below freezing when school started. We cover our kids with blankets, but their hands and feet are always cold. Still, they're making it work. Their attitude is generally positive, and their solidarity and camaraderie gets them through the long, cold, silent mornings of ST Math and Google Meet and other dehumanizing software that is a sorry substitute for direct human connection. They're committed to learning and most of all to each other. At the same time, they're paying a steep price for the lack of in-person school. The boys are isolated from other kids. They generally don't see or speak to children their own age. And this isolation, along with the enormous amount of screen time involved in remote education, is taking a toll on their emotional, cognitive, and social development. This year has changed our son. He was always the happiest and most energetic kid in the room. He now goes silent for long periods, neither happy nor angry, just seemingly sad and dejected. We find him face down on the couch or sitting on the ground staring into space. Hopeless. It's really tough to see and impossible for us, his parents, to remedy. It's not his fault, it's not our fault, and it's no longer COVID's fault. The pandemic is not stopping millions of school kids in other districts from safely attending schools. In spite of the emotions he is dealing with, our son trudges through the snow to the garage every morning, puts on his mask, turns on his space heater, rubs his hands together, and logs onto his Chromebook. I have one question for all of you. Why is it that 3 10-year-olds and a college kid in an unheated garage have succeeded where the district's leadership has failed? Why are they able to make this work when, by all appearances, their teachers and administrators have not come even close? We love our kids' teachers. We love our school, self-boarding. We will remain committed to the district, and we will, I'll just read this last sentence. We will remain committed to the district if and only if it can solve this problem in the weeks to come. All right, there is more, but we reached the 2 minutes. So this will be submitted to the full record, and Dr. Sally will respond. Our next public comment is from Dana Hall of South Orange. When can we expect the next update from the district? What steps are currently being taken to reopen the schools quickly? If SOMSD is deeming the buildings to be unsafe, what are the interim solutions being suggested? What are the plans for the fall? Do you foresee a chance at full 5-day reopening once teachers have been able to receive the vaccine? What if they continue to refuse based on children not yet receiving the vaccine? Why do you think virtual instruction has been successful? What happens if the assessments prove differently? Again, that was Dana Hall of South Orange. Our next public speaks is from Stephanie Stecker of South Orange. I am deeply disappointed in the administration and union's decisions in relation to getting our kids back in school. While the rest of the school year needs to be addressed, what are we doing to ensure that we are ready for a 5-day full in-person school for the fall? That was Stephanie Stecker of South Orange. Our next public comment is from Gemma Jordan of South Orange. Okay. Virtual learning is not working for our family, and our kids are suffering as a result. Our 7th grader has gone from being an honor student who was achieving A's and B's, including during remote learning in the spring, to a student who struggles to complete her work and turn it in. She is barely passing 7th grade at this point. She finds it hard to stay engaged in class and dreads turning on her computer each day. She has developed anxiety about school, and the stress she feels is not conducive to turning in good work. We're expecting too much of our kids to expect them to stay motivated while sitting on a Google Meet for hours on end. As an adult, I know how draining and unfulfilling this form of communication and collaboration can become over time. Inevitably, her work does not get completed in class, and that work becomes homework. Since there is no separation between school and home anymore, we are left trying to find a balance between putting some pressure on her to complete internal assignments while ensuring she gets outside time, fresh air, exercise, and a break from her computer. We are currently failing at finding this balance, and it's agonizing to watch our child go through this. We both work full-time and are not able to monitor what our kids are doing 24/7, yet we feel under pressure to do so. Our 4th grader already had a hard time sitting still and staying focused when he was attending school in person. Virtual learning has been a disaster for him. We suspect he has ADHD, but we have been holding off on getting him assessed until he's able to get back in a structured environment of a classroom. At the beginning of the school year, fearing that he would get left behind, especially in ELA, where he struggles the most with, I voiced my concerns to his teachers. I was trying to anticipate how hard it would be for him to do synchronous learning on a computer for hours on end and asked if there was any flexibility. I was told there were no options other than synchronous instruction and submitting his work through Canvas. His teachers tried to keep him engaged and on task by pulling him aside into small groups, and for that I am grateful. Nevertheless, most days he is just going through the motions and we had to hire a tutor to give him some one-on-one instruction. Not everyone can afford to do that. How many kids are slipping through the cracks while we continue down the path of this virtual learning experiment? The teachers are doing their best, but they can't see what each child is doing when they are just a tiny box on screen and have to be muted most of the time. I often have to sit in the room with my son to make sure he stays on task, which is not easy when you already have a demanding job. His struggles have led to many meltdowns, temper tantrums, general friction in our home. On occasion, I have been tempted to pull him out of school completely. There's more, but that concludes the 2 minutes. And again, that was from Gemma Jordan of South Orange. Our next comment is from Aylin Abin from Maplewood. We need our children to return to school. Other districts and schools have been able to safely return, and there's no reason that with our resources and frankly, the amount of taxes we pay, our children should be left to virtual school. The school is ill prepared for virtual schooling. My son is behind in reading, math, and has become an introvert. He has become a shell of his former self. We also need assurances about the fall. The district and union have had ample time to come up with a plan. It is irresponsible and unacceptable to be at this point. My request is list concretely the barriers to getting back to school and a solution for each. And that was Aylin Abin of Maplewood. Next public speaks is from Laura Jacko from Maplewood. I just moved my family to Maplewood this summer. I moved here for the community, diversity, the progressive thinking, the culture, the interesting and creative people, the proximity to New York City, and the list goes on and on. I did extensive research and knew that the district has had its fair share of issues over the years. I did not, however, expect this. To say I am disappointed in how the district and the union are handling this pandemic and that whatever you call this reaction to the pandemic is an understatement. Expecting families to manage full-time jobs plus education of their children, particularly young children who simply cannot do virtual learning without the supervision of an adult, is both unnecessary and incredibly damaging. I weep for the children and families of children who have IEPs. I do not downplay the risk of COVID. I come from a long line of teachers. My mother and my grandmother both taught public schools for decades. Many of my closest friends are teachers. And looking at all the issues that the district faces in reopening, and I have in fact looked at all of them, I know that they can all be overcome with enough collaboration, creativity, and a real singular goal of getting kids back in the classroom. I hear time and time again that this is the same goal for all parties, the BOE, superintendent, and the union, getting kids back in the classroom. It is very clear that what this really boils down to is some dysfunctional match between groups that have likely held resentments and grudges for years. It is shameful and it is embarrassing, and most importantly, it's the families here who pay the cost. I, like many other families here, are already looking at neighbor towns where I can send to my children 5-day-a-week in-person instruction. I've enrolled my children in private school for this coming fall, knowing that the district will very likely not be offering 5-day-a-week in-person instruction. I'm pleading with you to find a solution before a family starts fleeing Soma. And that was from Laura Gacko of Maplewood. Our next public speech comes from Colleen McGrink of Maplewood. Dear Board and Dr. Taylor, first of all, I want to apologize for misunderstanding the dynamics at play in the last few months of this whiplash time. As is the case for many parents, my involvement with high-level district dynamics is new as of 2020. I recognize better now the complexity of issues, the lack of power by people I assumed had some, and the systemic and long-standing problems in our district. The increased and more clear communication from your team over the past few weeks has greatly helped with this. Second, I write to encourage you to stand firm against the unreasonable and ever-changing demands of the local teachers union, and to renegotiate the terms for opening that we agreed upon initially. I'm so heartened by the recent change in tactics and tone, more vocal pushback against the aggressive, hurtful, and counterproductive tactics of Somaya, leaving the door open for legal action, but also, most importantly, the involvement of neutral mediators who can provide a fair and clear path forward. Finally, I once again ask you to reconsider with your health committee the format of the valuable COVID dashboard. Hybrid and virtual cases must all be reported, staff and students should be separated, and hybrid and virtual should be separated. The privacy concerns are real, but they are overwhelmingly swamped by the core need of all stakeholders to use this tool to calculate risk. And that was Colleen McGrink of Maplewood. Our next comment is from Abby Leibowitz of Maplewood. What steps are being taken to ensure the buildings will be ready for September? And that was Abby Leibowitz of Maplewood. Our next comment comes from Deirdre Gleason Brown of Maplewood. It is with so much anger and sadness that I write this. We have been out of school for coming on to a year. The lack of inaction and leadership by the Summer BOE to get our kids in school is despicable. The fact that after a year, the only board member who has made a stance on schools reopening is Nair Joshua is shameful. First, thank you, Mr. Joshua. I applaud your bravery. To the rest of the members, I would like to remind you that you represent the people of Maplewood and South Orange, the parents and children of the community. You do not represent the teachers unless they live in our community, which very few do. I understand that you have wanted to be thoughtful of the teacher position and safety, and I applaud that. However, you have let this go for too long. No matter what you concede, Somaya will push and will change the goalposts every time. Based on the petty letters and complaints I have read, which lack any type of problem solving or true effort, it is clear that Somaya absolutely does not have the students' best interests at heart. Why do you keep letting them make the offensive moves and BOE the defensive? You are the BOE. You have the power to say that we are continuing with hybrid. If Somaya doesn't like it, they can strike and/or teachers can use their sick days. This situation will not end until you act like leaders and put the children first. Furthermore, our district has done everything the CDC recommends as the top actions to open schools. Masks, social distancing, hand washing, take into account community spread, contact tracing, and face opening. We're being as safe as possible and the union still says no. It is ridiculous. The teachers will not all be fully vaccinated by the fall, nor will the students. This go on for another year if the BOE does not take a firm stance. Virtual learning does not work. It does not work for the strong students who are floating by getting straight A's with zero homework because they're not being challenged in the least. It does not work for the students who need more help because can't get it because of the impersonal screen-based format. It does not work for many students who are formerly strong students but are now barely passing engaged because they sit in front of screens all day with zero personal interaction, making them depressed. It is sad that we even have to push for hybrid. With the limited hours of teaching in a hybrid model, it is barely better than all virtual, but this is the place we're in because you have let the union guide the way, even when CDC guidance doesn't support it. Schools across the nation are open. I'll read this last sentence. All schools with ventilation like ours. You don't even need to look as far as NYC. Look at our neighboring towns. All right, there's a little bit more, but I'll stop there as we reach the 2 minutes. Our next public speech comes from Karen Pilatus of Maplewood.
Mr. President,
yes.
I can tap in and read for you for a while if you like. I know it's a lot to.
No, because you got an answer, so I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm all right. I appreciate it. Thank you. My son has been in a wilderness program for 3 weeks. I finally got a phone call from one of his teachers that he has not seen him in class for 3 days. He has not been in the class for at least 3 months. It's why we sent him to wilderness. 3 days? It's confirmed we made the right choice. Leaving them in the woods in Utah is safer than Columbia. And that was from Karen Pilatus of Maplewood. Our next comment is from Jennifer Davis of Maplewood. Thank you to the board and to the superintendent for your commitment to resuming in-person learning as soon as possible. The recent press release issued February 19th was helpful and encouraging. My son is a second grader at South Mountain. Please know that many parents feel powerless as we watch the seemingly endless back and forth between the district and Somaya. We are not bystanders when it comes to our own children's education. Parents in the community should be treated as stakeholders too. What can we as a community and as parents to support the district's efforts to get the kids back to in-person school? If not this school year, can we work towards the next school year? Can we help create and/or upgrade any outdoor classrooms? Can we fundraise to buy smart boards so that hybrid kids do not need to use headphones and computers while in school? Can we donate supplies and PPE? In summary, how can parents and the community help to move this process forward? I'm asking that the district and board to be more creative and perhaps leverage the community more in this process. Again, that was Jennifer Davis of Maplewood. Our next public speaks is from Jennifer Davis. I can see it. Nope, okay, it's a duplicate. Our next public speaks is from Julie Deschen of South Orange. As many parents, including myself, are becoming increasingly concerned about fall, what is a realistic expectation of the fall school schedule? Will it be back to full-time or hybrid? If hybrid, will it be the prior hybrid 2 morning schedule or some other version? If hybrid, what parameters will determine to return to full-time? Staff and kid vaccinations, certain infrastructure updates, spacing guidelines, etc. And again, that was Julie Deschen of South Orange. Our next public comment comes from Jill Ryan of Maplewood. Dr. Taylor and Board of Education members, there is now clearly documented evidence of learning loss due to the limitations of remote learning, a decline in learning across the entire spectrum of students of all subjects. There are now 50% more students that fall into the low performing category than at any comparable period in the past. This data comes apart from Renaissance, the company that makes the STAR test used by our district. It is no surprise that SOMEA is pushing to avoid STAR assessments. SOMEA has stated that virtual learning is equivalent to in-person learning. Parents know our children are suffering academically as well as psychologically, and the gaps are wider for those learners who are already below grade level. What is SOMSD doing to assess learning loss and begin delivering compensatory services? NJDOE does require that students be returned to the classroom before compensatory services can begin. Thank you for all your efforts to stop learning loss now and prevent further damage to the most vulnerable students. Again, that was Joe Ryan of Maplewood. Our next public speech is from Michael Krantz, but I believe he just spoke earlier this evening, and I think read something very similar to this. So I will move on to Lucy Chambers of South Orange. Why is the district putting the impractical demands of SOMEA above the needs of our children and the guiding directives of the CDC? Please touch upon how and why students have been put last on the priority list in a system set up presumably for the education of the children of its community. If science is telling us it is safe to return to school provided safety measures are in place and adhered to, then not opening schools leads to severe mental health issues in a large quantity of children. How is there even a question on reopening? What will it take to show this district that children are suffering beyond measure on a holistic level? Has any member of the BOE or superintendent himself had the ability to spend an entire day with a student during virtual school? And what observations and takeaways has this person come up with? If that has not happened yet, why not? How can the district make decisions about a situation it knows little about? What concerns does the district have about the number of students who have or will deregister from our district? And how will this impact funding and potentially lead to job loss of our teachers and staff and the erosion of our community? As the district poised to commence an intentional reintegration program, this seems antithetical. And for those who are unable to change schools and districts who are forced to stay, how will the district rebuild their trust? Lastly, what of the students who have not successfully navigated the new world of virtual learning? Will they simply be left behind? Again, that is Lucy Chambers of South Orange. Our next comment comes from Molly Guys of Maplewood. I'm the parent of a kindergartner and a preschooler with an IEP. Our preschool was safely receiving in-person instructions through the district, and those have now been cut off. Virtual services simply do not work for my child at her stage of development, so she's basically going without the much-needed help mandated by her IEP. As the district and SOMEA continue to negotiate, I implore both parties to continue to consider the district's special needs students. Hard-earned progress is evaporating, and it's heartbreaking to watch. Again, that was Molly Geis of Maplewood. Our next public comment comes from Heather Hartzell of South Orange. I am urging the district to work with SOMEA's leadership to do whatever it takes to reopen our schools. We are rapidly approaching the one-year anniversary of the last time many of our students had in-person instruction. Schools can be reopened safely, as countless districts around us have shown, and the YMCA has shown in our own buildings this September. The constant back and forth is stressful for all parties, particularly children who keep having the rug pulled out from under them with schedule changes and a recurrent switch between hybrid and virtual-only learning. I'm also urging the district to prioritize inclusion classes in phase 4 of its reopening plans so that our special education students can reap the known benefits that in-person schooling provides. Thank you. Again, that was Heather Hartzell of South Orange. Our next public comment comes from Melanie Cortez of Maplewood. I have a kindergarten at Marshall School and have been extremely concerned about our district's ability to plan, pivot, and move forward in a timely and responsible way. I am watching many other public school districts across the country, and many just a few miles away, develop and execute plans for live instruction. I've watched them adjust and evolve. I've watched them learn from other schools and learn how the CDC guidelines have changed to accommodate live instruction at schools. All of these schools are dealing with the same pandemic. All of these schools are responsible for the safety and well-being of the students and staff. It is extremely hard to understand why we are so different in an SOMSD. Some say old facilities. Many other districts have older facilities, and they have found creative ways to use other spaces, to rethink classroom structure, to use outdoors areas. Some say it's the SOMEA Teachers Union. Many other districts have teachers unions and have found creative ways to accommodate teachers that are at high risk, but ask the rest, the vast majority, to come in and provide the education that young learners so desperately need. So this comment addresses my concerns, but I will end with this question. Why is SOMSD so different? Please let me know why we cannot seem to figure out a way to move even one step forward right now. Again, that was Melanie Cortez of Maplewood. Our next public comment comes from Mary Claire Sonneman of Maplewood. Dr. Taylor and the BOE, thank you for hearing my comment today. I'm writing to express my concern about the excessive amount of screen time our children are experiencing each day. I'm sure we can all agree that the current amount of screen time is not healthy for students, physically or mentally. It is one of the main factors why virtual learning is failing, particularly our youngest children. Would you consider making virtual-only cohorts now so that the children who return to the classroom do not have to be on their computers all day? That would also allow teachers to remain virtual-only as well. I think the disruption of changing teachers will be worth it. Good night, kid. And that was from Mary Claire Sonneman of Maplewood. Our next comment comes from Nathan Marinoff of Maplewood. To the Board of Education, as you are aware and has been well publicized, the district's buildings have not been kept in a proper state of repair, and improvements that were supposed to allow for in-person instruction as of this semester were not completed on schedule. The teachers' union is now refusing to allow its members to refer to on-site work. Please answer the following questions. 1. When did the board learn about the state of affairs? 2. Who is responsible for on-site supervision of the work that was supposed to be taking place to get them ready for the resumption of in-person instruction? 3. What individuals failed to do their jobs and caused these issues? Please name names. 4. How are those individuals held accountable? 5. Are the school buildings now safe for teachers and children? 6. The CDC and federal government have called for the resumption of in-person education. Despite this and ample evidence that in-person education does not pose a material risk to the health or safety of teachers, our local teachers union refuses to allow its members to return to in-school education. Is this a reasonable stance? If so, why? If not, why not? 7. Who is negotiating with the union to get it back to in-school work? Please name names. 8. Do the members of the board feel that the union is negotiating or conducting itself in good faith? 9. Is the primary duty of this board to look out for the welfare of the children who attend school in the district? If not, why not? And what is this board's primary duty? 10. What connections, if any, do the members of the board have to outside contractors who receive funds from the district? Have any members of the board accepted any funds from such contractors, whether towards campaign expenses or otherwise? Okay, that was Nathan Marinoff of Maplewood. Our next public comment comes from Ido Weinshell of Maplewood. The lack of adequate infrastructure for our students, teachers, and staff is appalling. Having heard that facilities contracts have been found by members of the BOE, I would like to know what connections, if any, do the members of the board have to outside contractors who receive funds from the district? Have any members of the board accepted any funds from such contractors, whether towards campaign expenses or otherwise? If not, then please dispel this rumor. Not addressing this question in the meeting will only confirm this rumor for me. And that was Ida Weinshell of Maplewood. Our next public comment is from Alexis and Andrew Stein of South Orange. We are the parents of 2 children at South Mountain Elementary. Virtual learning is not working for our children. Children cannot learn from a computer for several hours a day. Teachers cannot fully assess children's performance in the virtual format. Science shows that schools can open safely and effectively. Our children have been safely participating in the YMC program since September. We strongly support a 5-day in-person opening. Our schools need to open without further delay. Again, that was Alexis and Andrew Stein of South Orange. Our next public comment comes from Jenny Amarati of South Orange. Is there a plan for 5 full days of instruction in the fall? What are the details of this plan? That's Jenny Amarati again from South Orange. Our next public comment is from, let me pause for a second here. Ms. Balder, are we allowed to have a anonymous public speaks?
The board's bylaw says that the individual the name should be provided at the beginning of each public speak.
All right, so then I will skip this one then. Thank you. Our next public comment is from Jessica Gertman of Maplewood. Dear Maplewood and South Orange leaders, there are 30 days left of school for each cohort as school resumes to hybrid instruction the week of February 22nd. That bar is far below the standards I expect for my children's education, especially given the high taxes paid in this town. Neighboring districts demonstrating that hybrid instruction can safely work, and the CDC guidance on how to effectively transition to in-person instruction. We can't fixate on what has happened, but rather what must happen to get SOMSD students back in school. As our elected BOE, our advocates, our voice, I implore you to lead this charge and prioritize our children. It is clear that SOMEA is not interested in educating our children. They are solely there to advocate for increased pay and benefits of teachers, students, or bargaining chips for them. So why is SOMEA dictating how we address our children's education and needs during this critical pivoting point? Get in front of this problem and take a stand. What has to be done to get these children back in school for the remaining 60 days across 2 cohorts? My son is in kindergarten at Marshall Elementary. Each time, a total of 4 so far, he has waited for the bus to go to school. I have a pit in my stomach. Until he steps on that bus and it's real, I expect the rug to be pulled out from under him. On the days he has gone to school, he comes bounding home, beaming by the in-person, albeit limited, interaction with his teachers and peers. He shared with me that last Thursday he was barely on his computer and loved it. I'm sure you've heard endless examples just like this. Use these as your guideposts. My expectations next year will be much higher than they are today for my children's schools to fund as full-time in-person education. That seems like a far distance from where we stand today, so you must move forward to consider all possible solutions. Get these children back in school, please. Again, that was Jessica Gertman of Maplewood. Our next public comment is from Milagro Nores of Maplewood. While SOMEA and SOMSD leadership are in negotiations, what, if any, actions are being carried out to address the concerns brought to SOMSD leadership on different spaces across the schools? In addition, what, if any, actions are carried out in relation to concerns about strength and stability of Wi-Fi and a package of technology for each classrooms, that is smart boards, document cameras, headsets, etc., that is systematic, up-to-date, and effectively will support hybrid instruction? Again, that was Milagros Nores of Maplewood. Our next public comment comes from Michael Solomon of South Orange. Remote learning is an oxymoron and a colossal favor of our district towards our children. My child was given nothing more than a pile of homework, redesignated schoolwork at the outset of the pandemic, plus, after a month of delay, a total of 1 hour of online video attention from this teacher per week from March until school closure in June. That's it. We tried to accept it as a panic-driven response to the pandemic, confident that by fall of 2020, the District and Teachers Union would have had months to learn how to do something more closely resembling educating. Fall began remotely again, with teachers poorly to completely untrained in how to use Canvas. We asked them, and that's what they reported to us. No training in the software for the children. The PDF is not training, it's a document. And to date, endless glitches and failures, pages that don't load, links that don't appear, etc. This isn't online learning. This is AOL circa 1983. My child was finally offered half-day in-person learning a few weeks ago, which has made a huge difference in his attitude and, yes, education. He began a relationship with his teachers, which instantly changed everything. Only now, suddenly, he's back to staring at a computer screen, desperately struggling and failing again to stay in place for 5 hours a day. And don't give me that just get up and stretch nonsense. He's got ADHD like so many others. The CDC says it's safe to resume in-person learning. There's no such thing as zero risk in a pandemic, unless the teachers union is claiming none of the members have gone shopping, dined outdoors, not to mention indoors, seen a friend, or been anywhere other than their homes the past year. Open a window or two in the classroom and put on a jacket just like you do when you're going outdoor dining. Wear a mask like the rest of the world, or better yet, two. Drop the facade that you're educating remotely. You're not even remotely educating. You may as well be tech support people from the broadband company and the service is horrible. Instead, act like the talented and valuable educators that you are and our community so cherishes, and come back to school. As FDR said, you have nothing to fear but fear itself, and you can't teach that to our kids when you're hiding out fearfully yourselves. Thank you. That was from Michael Solomon of South Orange. Our next public comment is from Katie Tkachuk Kaplan and from Maplewood. I am tired of not knowing what the plan is from one day to the next, not knowing where my kids will be. I'm tired of not knowing their schedules. It changes every week, it seems. Or who needs to log in where and then feeling guilty about it as if I'm a bad mother, as if this indicates I'm not paying attention or trying hard enough. I am sick of emails from my kids' teachers telling me they cannot pay attention to the screen, which I know. That is what we are all saying. They can't do this, but no one listens, and I just feel guilty again. I should be able to do this, right? The union says virtual learning is working. So what am I doing wrong? I am tired of preparing my kids for things that never happen and having to be the one to explain it to them. I'm tired of dropping them off at the Wyatt Clinton, one of these unsafe buildings every day and know that there have been 0 COVID transmissions, seeing this with my own eyes, but being thought of as a teacher killer for wanting my children to go into a school building for school. This community is open-minded. If you think like the loudest and meanest among us, the community shuns gaslighting unless they don't want to hear from you, see you, or listen to your experiences, your evidence. I'm so tired of feeling hopeless. I'm not an angry person, but I am angry, with no one to be angry at. I don't know who can fix this. I just know it needs to be fixed. Parents and children are at our breaking point. Help us. Again, that was Katie Tkachuk Kaplan of Maplewood. Our next public comment comes from Anissa Spiegelman of South Orange. It's imperative that kids return to in-person school immediately to preserve parents' ability to educate, work, and live in this town. Staying home affects kids' socialization, academic equities, and property values. The 1 hour of school for pre-K students and half-day for elementary students is insufficient for an entire year already. How much longer can parents educate their kids full days instead of working full-time? How many great teachers can we afford to lose? And that's from Anissa Spiegelman of South Orange. Our next comment comes from Alina Radine, I apologize, from South Orange. To our school district, BOE, and teachers, school district leaders, BOE, and teachers. We know this is an unprecedented and scary time, but we are so grateful for all that you have done for our community and our children. But it is time to get our kids back in school. Our children are suffering needlessly. Science supports reopening schools unequivocally. Done properly, it is safe for students and teachers alike, as schools around the world, the US, and right here in New Jersey have found. The fact that our children cannot go to public school in South Orange and Maplewood is a deep stain on our towns and our community. Please, as parents, we are begging you, hear our cries and the cries of this community's children. Get our kids back in school. And that was Elena Radine, again, I'm sorry, from South Orange. Our next public comment is from Beth Sterling of South Orange. As a parent of 2 in a district that supports 5-day-a-week safe reopening, I do not have an understanding of where things stand on the facilities. The bond with the state, what is the status on it? Do you foresee more delays? Why is there such an emergency given the years of issues? It is inequitable to do a fundraiser for all schools. Is it inequitable to do a fundraiser for all schools to help with the cost? Well, schools need to reopen now. And that's Beth Sterling of South Orange. Our next public comment comes from Sinead Carew, and that is she's from Maplewood. That person's from Maplewood, excuse me. My first grader fought back tears today when he learned yesterday that he would not be heading to his classroom today. It's the 100th day of school, he said. I want to be in school. This morning, he asked sadly why he was still home when his little brother was heading out to preschool, which is private 5 days a week with masks in September. His mental health is suffering and his learning is suffering. He needs to have supervising him at home during virtual school all the time, and we can't always provide that supervision, and some parents cannot provide it at all. Even with a computer and only part of his class, my child loved being back and came home beaming from ear to ear after the 3 half days he had in the classroom during the school year. My son's teacher has responded to academic concerns with the comment that if I had him in the classroom, I could resolve that issue very quickly. The teacher also advised that the issue be resolved quickly before bad habits were ingrained. This leads me to my question. What are you doing specifically to get my child back in the classroom? A, first in front of the computer, B, next without a computer, C, and then for 5 days a week. What are you doing to help students with special education plans who struggle even more than my child? For parents who don't want to risk another year of virtual learning or a disruptive on-again, off-again hybrid model where children are caught in the middle of a fight between the district and teachers union, what can you tell them? Can you please provide a concrete plan for a real reopening? If you can't do this, then you're giving us a signal that we need to move to another district that's managed to open, or the signal that we need to search for a private school. What do you have to say to people who don't have those options open to them? What can parents do to help make this happen? Again, that is from Sinead Carew of Maplewood. Our next public comment comes from Rose Sala of Maplewood. Please open our schools for in-person learning. My kindergarten and second grader cannot learn this way. It was okay as a stop measure last spring, but this is no longer acceptable. The children of Soma are falling behind their peers because our children are attempting to learn through screens when the CDC, American Academy of Pediatrics, and numerous other science-based organizations have all told us that this is unhealthy and a poor substitute for the real thing. These organizations, as well as neighboring NJ school districts, have shown us already how to open during COVID. So instead of debating the science, I just wanted to share a bit of how children have been impacted my family. There's a little bit of personal stuff in here. I'm going to skip over that, but I'll have it here for the public records. I don't want to get into too much detail on this particular case. Okay, and that was again Rose Sala of Maplewood. Our next public comment is from Natalie Pickow of South Orange. We're in agreement with the BOE that in-person learning must resume as soon as possible. My son has an IEP and was in cohort C 4 times a week for in-person learning. He greatly benefited from meeting his teachers even for the brief time he was allotted. We were blindsided by SOMEA and the unacceptable manner and method they used on Sunday night last week to inform us that they would not be coming back to school hours after the superintendent announced a plan to continue with in-person learning. Pausing in-person learning indefinitely with no transparent plan to get students back in the classroom as mandated by Governor Phil Murphy is unconscionable and in violation of their duty to the parents, teachers, and children in this district. Who knew that they would use this crisis against our kids? Shame on SOMEA. And that was from Natalie Pickow of South Orange. Our next public comment is from Jennifer Hart of Maplewood. I call upon the board to publicly say that they want our children back in school and to work with Governor Murphy, local leaders Frank McGehee and Fashina Collum, the principals of our schools, SOMEA, and the PTAs to do everything in their power to reopen our schools to access to hybrid learning now with the goal of 5-day-a-week hybrid learning by the fall. The board must support the district in mediation with the teachers union and should call upon the governor to make vaccinating our teachers a priority and should be working with local leaders to set up regular testing of teachers and all adults in the schools, as was done for communities at large in 2020 and as we've done in other districts and education institutions throughout the country. The board should be focused on assessing the mental health of students as well as the learning losses and establishing in-person summer school to cover the losses of our children have experienced since March of 2020. In addition, the board should be reaching out to local leaders to highlight how they successfully and safely ran summer programs in 2020, how they are successfully and safely running in programs students via the Y, and learn from those endeavors, applying them to in-person teaching for our children in our schools. 70% of parents voted for hybrid learning. That is the overwhelming majority of families in our towns, and a majority that is largely being drowned out by more extreme asks of 5 days in person right now. This majority is afraid to speak up and be seen as anti-teacher, but we must be heard, and as stated above, we want teachers vaccinated and tested regularly, and schools safely reopened under state mandates. Families are starting to look elsewhere for education, will continue to do so if this crisis is not immediately addressed. Failure to act now could cause a crushing blow to the education system already on the brink, and the victims will be all of our children. All right, I have 11 after 9. I think I started just around 8:10. So I believe our hour is up. Is that the same time you have, Dr. Taylor?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so these last few will be entered to the public record and will be addressed at that time. Dr. Taylor, I turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Just board members, just checking my volume. I know my headphones went out. Can you still hear me well? Thank you. So to members of our public, I'm going to, first of all, thank you for spending time on your Monday evening to share with us your heartfelt concerns. And I do mean heartfelt. I understand that there's nothing that's more meaningful to a parent than their child. And so we respect each of these public speaks. And that's why, even though we're not required to respond to public speaks, it's a methodology that we implemented upon my arrival, just to make sure that all parents knew, or all community members were aware, that their thoughts and their concerns will be immediately at least responded to, if not addressed. I'm going to start by reading a letter that we're going to push out to our families that I think is apropos to many of the public speaks. And after I read this letter, I will then go to my notes to give responses to the public speaks that I have very specific notes for. So please bear with me as I switch my screen. Good evening to our community. This evening, I'm reaching out to you as your superintendent to offer you clarity on our current unfortunate circumstances. The South Orange and Maplewood School Board hopes to resolve recent disagreements with our local Teachers Association, SOMEA. The union met with the Public Employment Relations Commission, known as PERC, a third-party mediator on Friday for a hearing. And the district is meeting with the mediator this week, tomorrow. The board is hopeful that an outcome can be reached, as it is undoubtedly consistent with the community stakeholders' interests to resume in-person instruction as soon as possible. Early evening on Monday, February 15th, our local association that represents many of our educators, SOMEA, directed its members to not report to schools to continue in-person hybrid instruction. You are aware of this. On the 17th of February, the association expanded its stoppage to include bus drivers that refuse to drive completely unoccupied buses and support staff, including our clerical personnel that work alone or with limited other personnel in large workspaces where they are socially distanced and well beyond the minimum 6 feet. During these recent disagreements, the board, my administration, and I have worked to do all we can to negotiate in good faith and be empathetic to the concerns that teachers and other employees have during the pandemic that has left us all with what some may call a damp blanket of depression and just exhaustion. We've expressed this empathy in several ways by investing heavily in our virtual learning approach via our learning management platform and procuring and distributing thousands of Chromebook devices. We convened a task force throughout the summer with more than 100 professionals, including SOMEA members, to painstakingly plan for this school year. We also, of course, have purchased just a stockpile of mitigation supplies, disinfectant, masks, signage, hand sanitizer, and we added a significant number of personnel, evening custodians to help us disinfect, bus attendants, etc., while doing all we can to improve our HVAC system. And we know that some of these systems are at best antiquated and are due to be replaced via our long-range facilities plan. Were things perfect? No, of course not. But we as a district were flexible, and SOMEA agreed that concerns could be addressed through our grievance process, but that was not allowed to continue to fruition. Our building administrators, to their credit, have been responsive to the needs that were put forward. While our facilities are, of course, old, they are safe. Even in the best of years, our systems break down. It gets very hot in some rooms, very cold in other rooms, and we take immediate action to fix it. We've had a poorer weather this year than probably the last 3 years combined, and that's very unfortunate. But because so few students are in our buildings during our first hybrid sessions in phase 3, we have a sidebar agreement, and principals were relocating a small population of teachers as needed on a daily basis to put them in suitable rooms. And just like with anything else, we had to prioritize our responses to these complaints and grievances. And there needed to be some patience to allow our facility staff, of course, time to look into each of these issues as they were presented. We are continuing to move forward with a professional mediation process, and we will also pursue any other legal options as agreed to by our district council. We do this not because we are angry with our teachers. We do this because we love our students, and we're committing to serving our families who have been not only patient, but very supportive. In addition, we've been committed to being transparent, developing and launching our weekly dashboard of COVID-19 infections, and publicly acknowledging when there have been missteps along the way. I say all this again to confirm to you, our stakeholders, that we have not taken this lightly. We have not done this work to receive accolades. It was done to give our parents a choice and to, most importantly, serve our children during a time when they are most vulnerable. The district has and continues to prepare our rooms consistent with guidelines established by the rollback of the Department of Health, the Department of Education, federal CDC guidance, and of course, industry standards. We take this work very seriously. We would not open the schools if we did not believe we could do it in a safe and healthy manner for our staff and our students. We're not doing anything unique by returning to an in-person instruction. As was stated in our public speaks, many districts in our state are open for their kids. and have invested far less than we have. And hundreds of schools are doing this to a greater degree than we are. In our instance, we have chosen to implement a measured reopening approach, consistent with what we've determined as safe for our community and staff. As a district, as many have said in public speaks, we stand by science and data. Unequivocally, the science and data both nationally and right here in SOMA from our phase 3 days open, it supports what we already know. What is that data that we already know, both nationally and locally? If students and staff follow mitigation steps, masks, social distancing, and hand hygiene, the chances of school-based transmission of COVID-19 is very unlikely. We designed our plan for reopening to be phased, of course, so we would be able to be nimble and shift if necessary. We designed our approach to get our most vulnerable students in first, our pre-K through second grade early childhood, our 6th graders and 9th graders who are new to their buildings and maybe feeling a little bit untethered from their schools. And most importantly, our special service students who we've heard from this evening and our English language learners. We were conservative, and most of these classes had 5 or fewer students in them. The New Jersey Department of Education has given every family a choice, whether to be fully remote or to go in person, consistent with the district's plan. The families that have chosen to have their children resume in-person instruction have relied on us to give safe in-person instruction, and in good faith, we had been providing that. The district's primary goal at this point is for students and staff to return to in-person instruction safely within the rooms that have already been designated by the district as ready, meaning they meet safety standards. We want to bring students back to school, and most importantly, we want to continue to serve them and you, our families. I will now shift to answering specific questions from my notes. It's important for our community to know that today, working with our Labor Council, we did file a verified complaint on behalf of our district regarding this action with SOMEA. I'm going back up and scrolling through the comments that I've noted. Please be patient as I scroll. There was a few questions around vaccinations and do we support vaccinating teachers? I want the community to know that I definitely, as a superintendent and our administration, supports the vaccination of teachers. I've helped to create and sign off on a superintendent letter that was sent from the superintendents of our county to the governor, imploring his office, if at all possible, to prioritize teachers in Essex County. And we even made our buildings available to issue vaccinations via our nurses, if at all possible. There was a question, a few of them, around open windows. And I just want to make sure that we're just very clear and leave with the same information. In both the state's reopening documents, the road to reopening, as well as the CDC's guidance, open windows are encouraged, but they're also a part of professional responsibility for teachers to make that determination as professionals. We did not create that to put that in this agreement. It is stated in both of those places, both the road to recovery as well as CDC guidance around the ability for teachers to open windows as they see fit. Again, it's a professional guidance thing, and we, in putting that in there, all we did was confirm what was already noted in those two places that I just mentioned. Going down my list here. There were lots of questions around being creative, whether they be ideas of staggering students or ideas of putting up tents or the ideas of doing alternative heating or ventilation. And the answer to all those questions is, I hope in the letter that I read, we spoke about the more than 100 professionals who were a part of our planning for reopening. And we continue to have those conversations with those task force around options that are manageable for a school district, and all those things can be considered. And we also know that there are regulations that are against certain types of space heaters and things like that. And again, we know that our agreement with SOMEA spoke about some of the framework there. I want to thank the Alliance group that spoke. We do have a meeting set up for next week, I believe, and I look forward to having the conversation around bringing our community's energy towards partnership and towards the reopening of our buildings as soon as possible. The comments around special services and special needs students and the dire straits that some of our students with IEPs and families find themselves in. I think we definitely noted that in the letter that I just read, but I just want to again re-emphasize that we 100% understand and acknowledge that that is a very serious concern, and that is why we emphasize students who fall in the category of special needs being one of our first priorities to return to the school district to live instruction, in-person instruction. There was a comment that we put in our most recent slide deck that we had 43 or 44 motors in classrooms that were not installed, and they were delayed by the factories due to COVID-19. And why are we letting that hold up our entire district? And we are not. So just to be clear, that is not stopping us from moving forward. I was just being very transparent in the latest updates with our HVAC systems. We did not stop our in-person instruction due to the delays on some of those parts. As I said in our letter here, our administrators have been very creative and very attentive to the needs of the rooms that are assigned. There was a question here about auditing our facilities. For those who may not be aware, in our long-range facility planning, we just have, chapters and chapters of audits of all the spaces in our buildings. We've moved forward those designs for our elementary schools. And because of our pandemic that we're dealing with now, we also have running records of all of our classrooms and all the moves that were made in shifting teachers between classrooms, as well as a daily record that we've been doing prior to in-person return of the operational pieces in every classroom's unit ventilators. There was a comment made around there being grudges for years. For those who may not be aware, I've only been here about 18 months or so, and personally and professionally, I do not have a grudge against SOMEA or any of our folks who are part of our district family. And I hope from the letter that we just read, we're understanding that we're not angry with our teachers. We're just very, very, very concerned about our students and their needs. There was a comment around the data dashboard and the want to have more information, and we have responded to families who sent that request. Our subcommittee for health and safety is made up of members of our departments of health as well as our health providers internally, and they unanimously believe that we could not share more information on our dashboard because our numbers are so low. It would be very easy for folks to backwards map and determine who the positive case was based on their lack of attendance, and that would really put their privacy at risk. There was a question around the excessive amount of screen time that some families are experiencing. And the one thing that we've learned through this time period is that there are very different feelings for each family. There are some families who want more direct instruction screen time, and some families who could not take another second of it. And so what we're doing is that we're utilizing, as we shared in our previous Q&As, in our previous town hall meetings, we are using what we think is a very reasonable number of instructional minutes along with screen breaks. And for parents who feel overwhelmed by the screen time, you should speak directly to your classroom teacher and speak with them about that. Speak to them about small group opportunities, and also raise that concern to your school's principal to just let them know about that concern with the granular nature of it. There are many questions around September and how September will look, and I've also received a number of emails around September and what is it potentially going to look like. As you can imagine, we're focusing in on September, and some of the things that I can tell you that are really important variables for this, that someone mentioned in their public speaks. Right now, as part of the executive order from the governor, we must provide every family with the opportunity for virtual learning. And so as long as that stays as a standard for September, then we, of course, as a district have to develop an opportunity for that. And some of the options for that someone else actually mentioned in their public speaks was the establishment of virtual only teachers. We did speak about this in our town hall I believe that was in November or late December, that the establishment of all virtual teachers midstream would be, it would mean more than likely taking students away from the teachers who they have grown accustomed to. However, as we go into planning for September, if that remains a requirement of reopening, that is a high likelihood that our district would establish virtual only teachers for virtual only families, at least for our elementary grades. It becomes more difficult to have virtual only teachers at the secondary level because some of those classes are very one-off, right? They're very specialized. And so perhaps for an AP course or for an honors course, there's only one or two teachers who teach that. And so it becomes more difficult to plan for that at the secondary level, but it's definitely a serious consideration of the for our elementary grades. Additionally, for September, we're also looking at what scheduling looks like. What we know is that many districts who have returned are still returning on a 4-hour day because there were so many recommendations against having in-person lunches. That in-person lunches was probably the most vulnerable way to have COVID spread throughout a school. And so again, monitoring the science and monitoring the data will give us guidance on whether or not there's a way for us to mitigate that in-person lunch, because that would of course give us the opportunity to have a longer day for our families who select in person. There was a very timely comment around technology packages, meaning how can we ensure that every classroom has similar technology, whether it be smart boards, Wi-Fi, and those type of things. And I know that Dr. Friedman, our assistant for CNI, and Mr. Bonds, our director of IT, and other team members have been meeting about that to collect the data of what is currently in place. As you can imagine, not every classroom, not every grade level, even across schools or within schools, has identical offerings. And to some of our fabulous parent-teacher association leaders have spoken about fundraising and donating smart boards and these type of things. And we think that that is a fantastic idea. However, we want to be measured to make sure that we select the same smart board across the district. And why is that important? Because we want to make sure that we're able to repair all those devices, and we have, our techs are able to repair, and our spare parts are able to be aligned, and that every piece of equipment talks to one another. So we are looking at that not just as a short-term solution, even though again we've given out thousands of Chromebooks and we've done a lot to improve our Wi-Fi and to improve our broadband. I mean, thinking that we've gone to almost like 5G in our district. Is that correct, Mr. Bonds? Am I saying that correctly? 5G.
That's right, 5 gigabits per second of internet connectivity.
Yeah, we've really expanded our internet capability, and we've also added a lot of Wi-Fi hotspots throughout our buildings. We've been really responsive to that, but as far as longer term investments, we want to be smart about doing that. We don't want to be replacing things in just a couple of years. Last but not least, there were a couple of conversations around who selects vendors and who selects folks who give who work for us in our district. And I know, just for those out there who want to do that kind of research, school procurement is a very detailed guidance piece, and you heard our auditor earlier talk about that. And no one on the board could singularly select a vendor. No one on the board could direct myself or Mr. Roth to select a vendor. No one on the board has that type of authority. There's a very public process for procuring vendors, especially large vendors that we're speaking about. And I'll just leave my comments there, and just want to again just completely acknowledge the concerns that have been shared, and completely acknowledge that our goal is a shared goal, that we want to give our students and our families an in-person option immediately. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Taylor. In line with our revamped agenda for this evening, we'll now return to the part of the superintendent's update. I believe now we're at the budget presentation update. Mr. Roth, will you be doing a presentation or just?
I sent the presentation to Mr. Bond so he could display it. And while he's pressing the keys for me and through some verbal cues, I will walk everyone through it. While I wait for Mr. Bonds to get that ready, I want to give some good news to everyone. If you recall, about 2 weeks ago, it was discussed publicly about advocating for the district to try to push some projects through for state approval. And during the last 2 weeks, I ended up getting contacted by a number of people from the county and the state, and they wanted to know why they were receiving so many letters and phone calls. And I'm happy to report that all the conversations were cordial. County and state members were very supportive of the district. They're wonderful people. They always want to help schools. They're just very short-staffed and under a lot of stress, as you could imagine. And today, I received a letter approving one of our elementary school projects, and the architect notified me that 3 additional ones are on the supervisor's desk down at the DOE ready for signature. So it looks like we have our first 4 projects just about approved at this point. So we are getting very close, and I'm very happy to report that.
That is
Mr.
awesome.
Bond?
Sorry, Paul.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's okay. It was the best news ever. And so thank you to, I guess, the entire community of South Orange Maplewood that was helping us out. I guess that's the best thank you I could ever put out there. So with that, Mr. Bonds, are we ready?
Oh, yes, you're on the screen. Your presentation's showing.
Okay, thank you. All right. What is being presented tonight is a draft preliminary budget. It is balanced right now, but I say that with a lot of caveats. We still have to receive our state aid information, which is about a week away. So everything I'm about to present, things will change by time March 15th comes around, but it's very close. The budget was also built to be very flexible with the understanding we don't have our state aid figures coming up, and a lot of costs we won't have nailed down actually until the May-June timeframe when new transportation routes are rebid to match redistricting and other things. So I had to be a little conservative in some areas and put a few extra dollars in other areas to make sure that the district has what it needs financially to move forward with its district goals. So with that said, please move to the overview slide. I don't know where you are, so I think slide number 2, Mr. Bonds. Just give me a quick yes that it's there.
Yes, it's there.
Okay, thank you. Last board meeting, we discussed the budget development process, projected revenue, and enrollment. So those slides are still here, but I'm going to skip through them very fast. Just a brief overview, because I understand some people may not have seen the last presentation. However, it is uploaded for video on demand if you wanted the more detailed version. The focus of tonight is actually on expenditures. And then I have a updated tax impact information and an updated budget calendar for everybody. So next slide, Mr. Bonds. It's actually 2 more slides. I have a section break, and then it brings us to the budget development process slide. Same slide that I did in January. The top bullet where it says estimated revenue, we covered that in detail. Tonight, again, we will go through what our draft appropriations or expenditures are expected to be, and then we will end up doing our 3rd and final installation of an exciting budget presentation in March when we update our state aid and come up with a final recommendation for the board to discuss and vote on. Please skip ahead 2 more slides. Okay. Again, we went into a deep discussion on debt service back in January. The bottom number here that I want to focus on is next year the district will have to pay $9.3 million in debt service aid. Think of that as your mortgage payment for the year. That does not mean all $9.3 million is tax levy. We have interest that goes towards this. We have state debt service aid, and I will touch briefly on that on the next slide. So next slide, please, Mr. Bonds. And the next slide should read the 2021 projected operating. And it's missing the word revenue. My apologies. I'm working off of a printout here. What I ended up doing on this slide is I highlighted areas that changed from last January, from the last presentation back in January. And the reason why it's changing is, well, we're giving everyone a preliminary look, and information is coming in late. State aid we still didn't get yet. We just finished the audit process, and some of these numbers have to tie back to the audit. You know, it will change over time, but here's some of the big changes. The state federal funding, that's essentially our entitlement grants, that we actually reduced a bit. And, you know, the first thing people are going to say, how could you assume you're getting 30% less? We're not. Last year, we had, and when I mean last year, the 1920 school year, the district received a one-time reallocated entitlement grant. That we're not getting, so that already takes care of half of the reduction. And then since the state federal entitlement grants aren't applied for until June, we automatically assume pulling in about 15% less revenue in that area, and that's just to make sure that we don't over budget and end up overexpending. The next line that I changed was SEMI. The district gets reimbursed for medical expenses relating to some of our special services. And I projected 106,000 and we're getting 112,000. So that was a slight increase. Again, this is based upon getting reimbursed for prior year expenditures in those areas. So the district has to send in reports, and eventually the federal government comes back and says, oh, we're going to reimburse you in arrears. Montrose School, from the audit, we had carryover funds. I explained last January that the preschool aid is comprised of carryover funds and state grant money. So I added the carryover funds from the audit into this. We still do not have the updated state aid numbers. So again, this will probably change in a week, but right now the new projection has been updated to $6.6 million towards the preschool program. And finally, the required fund balance. The simple way to explain it, and it's not 100% accurate for people who are adept at school finance, but it's the easiest way I can explain it, is there are some revenue checks that the district receives after the school year ends, and the school district is supposed to spend that money during the school year. And everyone knows you can't spend what you didn't receive, right? So then by law, those late payments we have to budget in the future. There's actually a little bit more to that. That's a very simplistic explanation, but it pretty much gets the point across. Part of those revenue funds also go into the emergency reserve. We always keep a 2% emergency reserve out there, and it's 2% of the operating budget. So of course, when our fund balance increases as a result of getting audit numbers in, that 2% amount would change a bit, and the required fund balance changes a bit. So if you're moving more of that fund balance into an emergency reserve account, the balance would go down. So in many respects, it's also a number that the state backs into. They calculate it for us and give it to us. So that is why that changes there as well. Other than that, everything else is pretty much the same as described back in January. Next slide, please, Mr. Bonds. The next slide is just a pie chart showing how the school budget is funded, and 89% of the school district's budget is funded by local taxes. That used to be about 94%. So the district has been very successful in getting other revenue streams coming in, the preschool expansion grant being a major one that contributed to that drop. And the rest of the district revenue is made up of state aid, miscellaneous revenue, debt service aid, entitlement grants. Next slide, Mr. Bonds. That should bring us to a short slide that says tax levy cap adjustments and banked cap. Just a quick check. Are we there, Mr. Bonds?
Yes, we are.
Oh, okay, thank you. We just submitted some reports that the state is using to determine if there's any allowable adjustments for healthcare. All of that information will be revealed to us with the state aid figures in about a week. At this point, I am not expecting to have any allowable adjustments to the tax cap. But since I don't have it officially, I'm leaving that as a to be determined, but it'll most likely remain zero. Also, the district does not have any additional taxing authority banked anywhere, so that is a zero. Two slides forward, please, Mr. Bonds. This will bring us to an enrollment chart. As explained last January, we had a decline in enrollment. Enrollment is calculated by doing a student count October 15th of every school year. It is a snapshot in time. Students are always entering and leaving the district, so this is an October 15th snapshot. I went into detail explaining why we think it dropped, and essentially the short answer is we believe most of it is from people deciding to either move their students into private schools or to keep them home for homeschooling during the pandemic. But the piece I want to emphasize tonight is this decline in enrollment is concerning in the sense that it may lead to us getting a little bit less state aid. And again, we won't know that for another week. October 15th enrollment numbers are used to determine state funding. It's part of the formula. There are districts across the state that have seen it. The state runs a formula, things are prorated. If everyone had a decline, it might come out the same. If it was just in our area, we may be hit. I really don't know. It's all conjecture. There's no hard facts here, other than I know this number plays a role in the formula. So as I will talk later about the budget expenditures, and I mentioned that we have some flexibility built into this budget, I will at a little later disclose what actions the board can take should we have a shortfall of state aid to protect services in our district. Forward 2 slides, Mr. Bonds. All right, so we are finished with the January recap, and I'm going to spend quite a bit of time on expenditures. I actually have slides for each category so I could explain why the change in each area. Now, this year has been a very difficult year in the sense that we had to redo the budget multiple times. Just a short 9 months ago, there's resolutions that were approved in June and July or August, and pulling money from reserve accounts, updating budget appropriations based upon state aid cuts that we were notified about after the budget being approved in March. So things were constantly shifting this year. So normally it's a simple comparison of what we're proposing next year versus this year, but now it's very misleading that what people are looking at here doesn't really tell the whole story. And here's an example of what I mean by misleading. Everyone's aware that while we have our hybrid or virtual instruction model, well, we're not running recess in a normal way. Students pick up lunch and go home, or they drop by and pick up lunch at one of our serving centers if they're on virtual instruction. Well, we don't have lunch aides that we're paying this year because they don't need to be out on the playground watching students. So all of a sudden, when we're going from this year to next year, putting back the funding to pay for those lunch monitors. So all of a sudden, it's like, wow, you got, in salaries and contracted services, it's going up by a large amount. Well, it just looks that way because we're trying to put money back in buckets as if we are having a normal school year, and at the same time trying to maintain levels of COVID safety to manage the pandemic. So there's some wild swings in numbers for reasons like this, and I just want to give that as a heads up because it's easy to jump to conclusions when you look at high-level numbers like this. Just a couple of things to point out on this slide before we start going through the details in the upcoming slides. Under the 2021 revised budget column, all the way down at the bottom, it says grand total 157 million. Well, within the board packet, it's also there for the public. There is a document called the adjusted budget. And if you go to the last column on the adjusted budget, you look at the total, you will find that they match. And they're supposed to match. The adjusted budget essentially shows where we had to transfer money around during the year. And so we're actually comparing next year's budget, proposed budget, to where we are as of February 1st, and that's what the adjusted budget is for. Right above that total line, it says year-end encumbrances, $3,472,131. Well, that number actually will tie out to an encumbrance line that you'll find in the audit. It's in Exhibit C1, page 10 of 10. It's, I think, page 103 in the CAFA report. And I'm just pointing this out, not that it gives a lot of information, but to show how these various documents help us build next year's budget and how things are compared. And it's also good that people understand that the numbers tie out, not that, it gives a feeling, and shows that they're real numbers. We're just not making them up. One other piece before I start moving through some detail, within the CAFA report, on that same page that I mentioned, Exhibit C1, page 10 of 10, our capital reserve right now is at $5.8 million. Prior to having the long-range plan approved, I just want to remind everyone there was very much concern that the district would, wasn't budgeting and looking forward for future projects. And I just want to ensure everyone that I've been working diligently with the school board, the finance committee, making sure that we're sticking true to our promise that we're slowly building the capital reserve account. So while the district is paying off a $160 million bond, there is money to replace flat roofs that will probably have to be replaced 15 years from now, and you're still in the middle of paying off that bond. So money is being put there so the district does not have to bond again in the future. As was announced, I am retiring. I won't be here 15 years from now managing that, but that is something that I implore the current superintendent and current board and future superintendents and future school board members to stay cognizant about increasing that capital reserve balance to avoid major bonding issues like this down the road. Next slide, please, Mr. Bonds. So now let's get into a little detail of what is currently in and being moved in and out of these different budget areas. So salaries and contract services is roughly a $3.3 million increase, but there's a lot of reasons for that. The first thing, and it has always been my goal in the budgets that I've constructed in this district, is to make sure that we're protecting all existing staff positions. We are a service industry. You can't teach or serve students without staff, and there is nothing that'll deteriorate a system faster than an ever-shrinking workforce, with the exception if you have a lot of bloat. This district doesn't have a lot of bloat. This district had a lot of holes in services that were taken care of over the last few years. And so it's really important that people understand that we're maintaining our promise to keep those service positions filled so we could do the best for our students. There are some pieces in here that I will mention that I can't go into detail on because they do relate to either negotiations or personnel. But at a very high level, I could say we're meeting contractual contract increases. That's all I could say on it at this point. I mentioned in one of my examples why there might be wild swings in some of the numbers when you're comparing this year to last year. There it is in bullet number 3, restoring funding to lunch monitors. At this point, I'm hoping that in September, we have a full, 7.5-hour school day again with, lunch recess and all those other wonderful things. So those positions are back. We have some new positions in here. We have a newly hired assistant superintendent of diversity and equity. I cut the word equity off because it didn't fit. But that position does not have clerical support. So the budget is supporting clerical support for that position. We had a custodial supervisor back in January that retired, moved to another district. I am recommending that the district converts the custodial supervisor position to an additional facility position. In this case, I'm calling it a facility director. This is a model that another school district in Morris County is using, and I think it's timely with construction coming up. The district's going to need all hands on deck in order to manage construction interruptions and coordination services, in addition to what our architect and construction managers would do. So there is a recommendation for that position. With ever increasing minimum wage, we increased funding in our substitute account lines to adjust for changes in minimum wage coming up. We have increased funding for summer programs. I'm anticipating a need for more programs to help students catch up on instructional needs. Now, there is in the operating budget portion, I pulled back some funding on the custodial staff to where it's funding deep cleaning once a week. And you see a little note there, additional funding could be funded through grants. I will talk about those grants a little later on, so please hang on for that. With transportation, the district hired transportation aides for regular ed buses. With redistricting coming up, the district will be rebidding transportation routes. Transportation aids and cameras and GPS, all those things that we should be built into the new bids for contract transportation services. So by doing that, you no longer need to be plugging those holes with district staff. So there would be a change there. This year, the district hired an additional 20 permanent subs with, for the additional coverages and things that are going on. So the hope is that we're running much smoother coming September, and those temporary positions are no longer needed. And one of the other pieces we were looking at is class size reports, and there is no suggestion here to exceed class size policy as established by the board. However, from analysis, it looks like the high school schedule could be a little tighter to increase PE class size, and that would eliminate the need of hiring what we were initially projecting as additional PE teachers. That is not saying we are cutting any PE positions. All existing PE teachers are safe. I don't want any panic out there. It's just offsetting the need to increase PE staff. The next slide, please, Mr. Bonds. That should bring us to the tuition line, and we're showing a $1.2 million increase on that line. Just a quick check that you're there, Mr. Bonds?
Yes, we are.
Okay. With the tuition increase, one, with students that are attending out-of-district schools, on average, out-of-district tuition increases about 5% per year. So we have an adjustment in there. That is not an adjustment for increasing the number of out-of-district students. In fact, our special services department has continued to work on strategies of building in district programs. Unfortunately, with virtual, it's not as visible, but most recently there was an ad for plugging in that hole for students that would qualify for free public education between 18 and 21 years old, as an example. In addition, with the preschool program, the state grant, the preschool expansion grant, funds regular ed services only. We run the preschool program as a full inclusion program. The district reserves seats for preschool students with special needs to participate in a full inclusion program. And therefore, the district actually has to fund the special services services portion of preschool education, and that shows up as a transfer in the budget, and it comes out in this category. So that's the general explanation of the increase in tuition. Next slide, please, Mr. Bonds. The next slide is all about transportation. And with transportation, we have increased funding here to support redistricting. In addition to that, there is preschool grant dollars that are allocated for transporting remote preschool students to preschool facilities. So in addition to providing transportation for students with IEPs to preschool, preschool students who are residing more than 2 miles away from the building where the preschool program is offered will be eligible for transportation. It is part of the grant requirements. Things have been phasing in as we are growing the program, and that is funded for next year. The next 3 items are up here as an FYI. There's nothing definite in there, but that's review and explore shared services options, reevaluation of all in-district routes to match redistricting, and restructure driver and aid assignments to match redistricting. As I mentioned, routes are going to change because students will begin being placed in different buildings as part of the redistrict program. Transportation routes will change. Therefore, all assignments have to change to match that. We don't know what they look like today, but by June, the district will know what it looks like. In June, we should be bidding out for any contract routes. So after the budget process, these things will be realized based upon the redistricting plan. So I just put that there so you know that financially, that's all in the thinking to the fullest extent possible right now. What we had included under salaries and contract services was 2 positions. It's included in the dollars, not on the detail slide. Is 2 additional positions for an assistant transportation supervisor and a transportation dispatcher. Right now, what was happening is in some cases, on some days when drivers are out, we don't have office coverage, and it's covered essentially through radio, through phone, and it's very important that with increased transportation coming, we have the proper staff to support our drivers to make sure that we're providing the best service possible for our students. So there is a recommendation to add those 2 positions. Right now, our existing supervisor is running 12-hour days when buses are running. That was happening before COVID and then partially during our brief in-person instruction period. Next slide, Mr. Bonds. That should bring us to other benefits. Just a quick check that you're on the other benefits slide.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. It's a small increase, and other benefits covers a myriad of items. It covers Social Security, liability insurance, unemployment, workers' comp. By the way, workers' comp, every time you add staff or have any type of salary increase anywhere, the insurance almost automatically goes up. It is tied to payroll, and at the same time in the formula, it's prior experience. We have a very good experience rating, and we're usually flat from year to year on that. We had a small bump up last year, but still it's a little increase because it is also tied to payroll. Around some of our schools, we have to get parking permits for our teachers so they're not ticketed. Maplewood Middle School is a heavy area where we do that. The district's responsible for some pension payments, support staff only. We don't pay pensions for all the teachers, and also I don't want everyone to get upset about that. It's a small portion, but it's still what it goes towards. And then, of course, whenever we have travel and workshops approved for workplace work that falls within here as well. So we do have an increase covering those other benefits. Next slide, please, Mr. Bonds. That should bring us to school and department, and that line is showing almost a $600,000 decrease. Well, the lines really aren't decreased. If you go back to the, I don't want you to go back to the revenue slide, Mr. Bonds, but it was slide 7, the revenue slide. We were showing an anticipated reduction in state and federal entitlements. One, because it was the reallocated dollars aren't coming back, and 2, we budget conservatively since we don't apply for those funds till June. Well, this is why it's showing a decrease here, is because of an anticipated lesser amount of funding there. But within our actual operating budget, we did not decrease those account lines. It's due to those grant dollars. So I just want to make that very clear. Next slide, Mr. Bonds. This one brings us to special services, technology, curriculum, maintenance operations, utilities, central admin, custodial supplies, $2.4 million decrease. Again, this is due to assuming those one-time grants that we used will not be there. Remember, we had COVID relief aid, we had CARES grant dollars, there was some carryover funding. It was August where the board approved $700,000 to be pulled out of the maintenance reserve accounts for the air purification equipment that was installed. So, you know, that is why this is showing a decrease. We're still budgeting our typical $2 million a year to stay on top of school and facility repairs to the fullest extent possible. And you could go back to the October-November comprehensive maintenance plan report, and you'll see that even back then, we were planning on $1.82 million. That is here and reflected in this budget. One last thing that we did is there are some excess and equity mandates that we have to follow. So there was a small reallocation of funds between professional development to meet those access and equity needs. And of course, during the school year, if we're a little off on our guests, we're allowed to transfer funds back and forth. The board gets to vote on that. So, you know, if it's not a perfect guess, there's plenty of flexibility to adjust that as things carry on into next year. Now move to the next slide, and this is where I'll talk about more good news coming and additional funding. We have not received official notice. However, I did get a call from the county BA and telling me that the district should be receiving $1.6 million in the second round of COVID funding. It's known as the ESSER grants. The grant will open up around March 15th, and the grant is due May 15th. So the district will have a chance during the 2-month period after the school board approves next year's budget to apply on how to spend this $1.6 million. So areas in the budget that were shown as reductions and things such as deep cleaning could be funded with this grant. In addition, there are components within this grant that allow dollars to be allocated for student services to help with whatever regression happened due to the COVID pandemic. So this is very good news, and this was heavily taken into account when making reductions and recommendations into this draft preliminary budget, knowing that these dollars were there to fill in holes. Let's see, next slide, please, Mr. Bonds. A very simple slide. It should read expenditures versus revenues. Just a quick check that we're there, Mr. Bonds.
Yes, we are.
Okay. And essentially what this is showing is the preliminary expenditures right now equals our preliminary anticipated revenue. So in front of the board is a balanced budget in February pending what our real state aid numbers will be. And it does come with caveats. It assumes a full 2% tax levy. And at the same time, it also assumes that we are not doing a spending freeze and that we are not raiding reserve accounts for funding for next year. And this is where some flexibility comes in. So the first, like, what if scenario, what if the state comes in and says you're getting cut in state aid? Since this preliminary balanced budget is not anticipating the use of reserve accounts, that provides the board during the next 3 weeks the flexibility of deciding to reach into those reserve accounts and allocate a portion of it towards revenue to help offset state aid reductions. So that's some good news. It doesn't mean the board has to do it. If there's a reduction in state aid, the board can decide to reduce expenditures as well. But I'm trying to leave options there so carefully everyone could think and strategize on how best to position the district financially. As mentioned before, another piece of flexibility is the $1.6 million in ESSER grants can help fill in some holes and provide additional services for our students. Another possibility that is left open for the board is the state I am fully expecting to come through with additional debt service aid, and I'm hoping that it's there. So that automatically will reduce tax impact. And finally, the board could say, no, what, we appreciate the thought you put in, and I'm saying, hey, here's some recommendations for new positions. But of course, you could, you know, the answer could be, let's back off on that and lower the tax impact a bit, or, you know, even go deeper than that and make some cuts. So there's a lot of different directions that this can go in the next 3 weeks. We can cover, again, quick summary, cover some loss in state aid funding if it appears, and there is some flexibility the board can decide on with tax levy. Not much, but there is a little there. And so if you move forward on 2 slides, Mr. Bonds, that'll bring us to the estimated school impact. So having said that, what this proposed preliminary, you know, draft budget in February is doing is showing a projected tax impact of 3.8%. Again, I am expecting additional debt service aid to come in. These numbers do not reflect that. If we do get additional debt service aid, that tax impact would come down. And then as far as the tax levy, the bigger discussion is, do we keep the, you know, funding requests where they are, or do we back off on them? So we will be having more discussions on that during the next 3 weeks internally. Next slide, Mr. Bonds. It should bring us to a line chart, which just shows year-over-year tax impact. You know, so for the last, you know, approximately 10 years, we're bouncing in the area between 2 and 4%. So that's just showing the history there. And finally, if you fast forward 2 slides, that should bring us to the very end of the presentation, which is the tentative budget calendar. February 25th, I believe, is the governor's scheduled address. And usually about 48 hours after that, we receive official state aid notices. I put in March 1st for a little flexibility. I really don't know the date we'll get it, but it's around there somewhere. And then March 15th would be the final and third installment of a budget presentation where the school board would be asked to vote and approve the district's budget for the 21-22 school year. Once that is approved, we have till March 22nd to package information for the state and send it over to the county for review. And the county has until April 20th to approve our budget. And if the county also approves our budget, then on or about May 3rd would be the public hearing to finalize tax levy for the 21-22 school year. That ends the budget presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. I'm looking, I see Board Member Cottle, do you have a question?
Thank you, President Joshua. Thank you for the presentation. As always, Mr. Roth, your enthusiasm for our budget process is as my excitement as when I talk about Detroit Tiger baseball. So thank you. And for the really in-depth explanation for the overall community to make sure that there's a full understanding, not just the board. My question, I have a few, but I'll just start off with my first one, of course, to let my colleagues ask. In regards to, you got to the end of the presentation with when you talked about the 1.6 million potential grant funding, COVID additional funding that we may be able to be eligible for, and how to go for potentially to help with the deep cleaning that you had shown a decrease in potential. You mentioned the student services for regression due to COVID. Would that also include any types of concerns out of that grant funding for the reduction of the 20 permanent subs that were also mentioned? I know that within C&I, we have been discussing, had been and currently discussing the need for looking at our sub pool as we move forward from hybrid to a larger opening and the increased need for subs. And the other side of that would be with the that funding for additional 1.6 million COVID grant funding also be available to assist with transportation aids in regards to that reduction, knowing that in the potential future we might need additional transportation aid support if we have to do any type of COVID checks as we bring students back to the classroom. Thank you.
Okay, since the grant application isn't available, we don't have the detailed instructions of what exactly we're allowed to apply for. We were just given the general description that you can apply for everything that the first ESSER grant covered, plus additional student services. So it's a little open-ended. But having said that, money is fungible. So the district is allowed to transfer funds between accounts during the school year up to a certain amount. If we exceed 10% in certain account groupings, then we have to get state approval. As long as it's not in administrative areas, the state will approve it, as long as it's around student instruction. So what may happen is it might be, well, we want the 1.6 million to go to a spot that you're not allowed to apply the grant for, but maybe you could apply it in another area and then do some other budget transfers to cover for it. There's rules governing it. It's always not that easy. Some things are allowed, some aren't, but the transfer process allows a little bit of flexibility with that. As far as the subs go, just putting one thing out there, the difference between permanent subs and then using a sub-service where you're pulling people in as needed comes down to health benefit costs. So you could actually have the same number of bodies, probably at the tune of $35,000 to $40,000 less per year using the typical sub pool versus permanent. and when dollars are tight, you're trying to handle redistricting and manage a few other things. Sometimes that comes into the equation. So by making that change, it wouldn't necessarily reduce the number of subs you have available. It's how you would deploy the subs.
Thank you. Board Member Malaspina?
Paul, thank you again for your incredible presentation. Your enthusiasm for numbers is great, and I am greatly going to miss these presentations moving forward. I had a few questions for you. One was the PE numbers. Can you go into a little more explanation as to the class sizes? Because I know we are reduced in numbers this year with class sizes because, you know, not as many kids, but I'm concerned moving forwards because PE class sizes have always been rather big on the big side. So can you explain to me the thinking behind that recommendation? And also, just putting it out there, the ESSER grant looks like we can fund some. I was reading through some information about it. Looks like we can fund some mental health professionals and mental health services for students. So I'm just throwing that out there that is something that I'd like to see possibly put into it because our students do need some more supports put in place moving forward.
Okay, let's see if I could answer this preschool piece. What the preschool guidelines are is essentially we have about 15 students per class.
No, it was preschool. It was PE, physical education.
PE. Oh,
sorry.
I thought I heard PEA. Okay.
Sorry, Paul.
Yeah, if you look at the board class size policy, PE class size could go up to 35 students a class, and many of the PE classes are below that. And by scheduling things a little bit more efficient, what's been happening this year is you have classes lower than that. So again, there's no suggestion of exceeding the PE class size. Is you end up paying staff to teach extra classes because it's more spread out. So if that could be scheduled a little bit more efficiently, it will avoid having to schedule teachers for a sixth class. The only other way you could avoid scheduling a sixth class is to hire additional PE teachers. So since this draft budget does not have additional PE teachers in it, that leads you to the other pieces to have a more efficient schedule. But again, that is not to force the district to exceed class size policy.
Okay, I mean, I think that, thank you for the explanation. I think, yeah, PE scheduling is something that has always been an issue and something that we need to look into streamlining as possible, as making it as streamlined and efficient as possible. So thank you for that, that explanation. Thank you again, Paul, for your incredible work. I think those were all my questions for right now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. Board Member Zubiana?
Thanks, Paul. I have a question regarding the transportation aids. Could you just explain again why you think that we'll have a decrease in transportation aid cost? I didn't quite understand.
Okay, so what happened this year is as we were going through the summer, getting the reopening plans together, and then ultimately preparing for reopening mid-year, the reopening plan called for placing transportation aids on regular ed bus routes. Our regular ed bus routes in district are contracted out, and we didn't have the flexibility to rebid all those routes out mid-year. And there's two pieces playing against this. Is the district's transportation routes that are contracted out have been renewed for a number of years. And the renewal rates are heavily regulated by the Department of Transportation. In most years, it's less than a 1% contract increase from one year to the next. It's less than your actual CPI, your rate of inflation. Also, transportation contracts, as long as the route isn't changing, and route is defined as first stop, last stop, not the bus stops in between. It's one of those contracts that can be renewed for a long time. And a lot of these contracts have been renewed for a number of years. And when redistricting comes around and we rebid those routes, first, it'll adjust and the price will go up. The other thing is we just happen to have a contractor that agreed to have district transportation aids on contracted buses. And had to make sure we had arrangements with insurance, so should anything happen, the district was covered with liability. Well, when we're rebidding new transportation routes, you can't control the bidding process. You don't know who's going to win. That's how public procurement works. You can't make deals ahead of time. It's against the law. And whoever wins the bid, they would have to provide their own services. So at the time of bidding, the transportation aid would be included in the bid spec. The district would not be providing a transportation aid that's on the district payroll. Because the district is a public organization and the district pays pension costs for non-certificated staff, there's actually a considerable savings by having it with the contracted staff as well. So essentially rebidding that, it'll kind of self-adjust, and then there's other strategies the district can look at to help reduce transportation costs against the need for increasing transportation due to redistricting. There's options of changing bell schedules and increasing tiering. There's options of looking at shared services through the services commissions to try to bring costs down. And these are all things that districts are supposed to be doing by transportation code. We can't ignore it. It's in the finance code saying, you know, that you will do this. So when those routes are changing due to redistricting, all those things come into play. So it's more complicated than one would think. And so we worked the numbers with the information we had the best we could to come up with a target.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, I just have a couple of questions. I don't see any others right now. So I just have a couple. One is at the beginning when you talked about projects approved, I remember the original timeline was that Clinton and Jefferson were first up, followed by Tuscan and Subordinate. So are those the ones that have been completed or about to be?
Jefferson was the one that I received the letter on. So Jefferson is approved. And let me look at the other piece. I'm pretty sure, I think it's Clinton, Marshall. Let's see. Let me find it here before I say the wrong thing and get everybody on the wrong tangent. Clinton, Seth Boyden, and Tuscan are like on the desk ready to be approved. So we should be able to, in a very near timeline, advertise for the Jefferson-Clinton pair first, as far as the first bid spec, and the Seth Boyden-Tuscan pair on the second go-around.
Right. And just to reiterate, I believe this is right, that the Jefferson-Clinton were paired because they are respectively the shortest and longest in terms of time horizon for completion. Is that right?
No, when the long-range plan was approved, there was a budget established by the architect, essentially trying to ballpark where, what the expense would be for each building. And so the projects were paired to bid together in such a way where we believe they're about $30 million worth of value, if you will. And the reason why we're doing it in 30 million is there's probably only one contractor in the state of New Jersey that could handle a $160 million bid, which means you don't have open competition. And if you have problems with that vendor, too bad, you're stuck. And if you break it down into too many small projects that you're bidding, there will be so many contractors to interface with and meet with, it'll be impossible. So that $30 million ballpark packaging based upon preliminary budget numbers seem to provide both the best competition to get pricing and have a nice balance in minimizing the number of contractors the district would have to work with.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Roth on the presentation this evening? Okay, thank you, Mr. Roth. How's everybody doing? I know we've got another presentation and then some other reports. Everybody okay? All right, Dr. Taylor, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Roth, for an excellent job as always. To the board president, if you would like to take a 5-minute recess for the board members, we could. Maybe I could get a chance to stand up for a second, 5 or 7 minutes, maybe. I'm prepared, whatever you would like.
I'm looking at faces. Okay, so we'll do a 5-minute intermission, break, whatever you want to call it, halftime. Hopefully it's not halftime. It's a third quarter.
To our solicitor, do we need to do a formal approval of this?
You could just do a assent. Everybody's agreeing.
All right, all in favor of a 5-minute intermission? All right, Board of Education meeting will resume at 10:41 p.m. Thanks. Okay, Dr. Taylor, looks like the majority of us are back. Are you ready to move forward?
I'm just getting this last piece of chocolate chip cookie out of my tooth to get I'll be ready to go. My wife decided to bake cookies so that I could make sure that I don't lose any weight during this time. So I'm going to share my screen, Mr. Bonds, whenever you're ready.
All right, you're the presenter.
Thank you. Can I just get a thumbs up that you can hear me and see the presentation? Okay, great. Thank you. So to our board members and members of the public, if you participated in our last board meeting, regular board meeting in January, we did Dr. Perez did a brief overview that was part of our settlement with Black Parents Workshop. And that brief overview really just spoke about the enrollment of our students in our courses per their demographics. That night, we promised that we would be sharing a more in-depth review of this information. And we took that back. We do have work groups that are made up of some very brilliant professionals here in our district who have a lot of institutional knowledge that bring a lot to this conversation. And so in preparation for our recent board retreat, we were ready to share this information again, and the evening pushed on pretty late. So it was the board's decision, and I agreed with it, that we would share this this evening. And so again, we always have a lot of work to do, so sometimes we push out into the evening, but this is really important information. In discussions with our board executive team, I won't take a deep dive into every slide, but I will pause to make sure that we emphasize information. And we will, of course, share this presentation as we do all of them on our website. So this review is a discussion around access and equity that goes beyond compliance and goes deeper into relevancy. So again, we're going to take a deeper dive in reviewing our access and equity journey as a district. We've been on this journey for several years. Prior to my arrival, the board took many great stances to bring forth access and equity to our district and our students. And so we're going to just talk about some of those levers with an E, including 6th grade mathematics, 8th grade Algebra 1, children of color in these course selections at middle school levels. We'll talk about intervention and supports. We know that access and equity goes beyond placing students in courses, but what interventions are in place to help students be successful. Also, we're going to talk about teacher recommendations and prerequisites that were a part of this journey, as well as one important topic that we know many of our pre-high school and high school parents are concerned about is, how do I get my kid to calculus? Calculus is seen as a really important course for kids to take before exiting high school. We're going to also look at some historical views of what has happened with adds and drops, students who are dropping classes and adding classes, and the demographics attached to that, as well as some of our AP summer assignment methodology that has become a real topic of interest for our board and some of our committee work. So let's start with 6th grade mathematics. So for some important context, and again, please, I won't read this to you, but what this chart shows you is a description of the math choices that our 6th graders have. You can see in red highlighted there that for the 18-19 school year, the grade 6 honors was eliminated as a course as part of our access and equity efforts to make sure that we were giving students of color and more options for academic rigor. You can see that after this action was taken to eliminate sixth grade honors math, we were left with two math choices for our sixth graders, either sixth grade math, which of course is I hesitate at calling it basic sixth grade math because it is a challenging course, and you can see that there are descriptions there around what that is. And the other option for sixth grade families is pre-algebra sixth grade. And what makes pre-algebra sixth grade math different from regular sixth grade math is that in pre-algebra sixth grade, as the description tells you, students are taking both sixth grade concepts and seventh grade concepts during the same course. So they're accelerating with multiple math offerings during the same instructional period. And so when we look at this information, and I wanted to go back and really break down, I think it was really important for the board as it's currently set to understand what were the outcomes of this decision that was linked to access and equity. And so I'm going to go through this chart that we have for you that breaks down our enrollment numbers in our sixth grade math courses from 2017-18 moving forward. So again, I won't insult you by reading to you, but I will highlight a few things for you. Reading our chart from left to right, you have your course description, you have the ethnicity of the students who we're highlighting, you have the school years that we're highlighting, and the year-over-year percentage difference of enrollment per demographics and per coursework. So as you can see in this first slide, when you look at, again, what I hesitate to call our normal rigorous sixth grade math course, you can see that when our sixth grade honors was an option for students, you can see what the enrollment breakdown was per class and per demographic. And so what happened when sixth grade honors was eliminated? If this was eliminated as an option, where did these students, where did the students who followed, where did they wind up? And again, looking at the demographics of white, Black, and other, and we know that we have other descriptors within our power school system, but just for this information and to make it able to be digested by all, we're only utilizing those three descriptors of information. And so year over year, the percentage of white students who enrolled in our normal rigorous sixth grade math increased significantly. And we're going to have some summation pages behind here, so don't feel the need to take lots of notes here. We also saw an increase, not nearly as substantial an increase, but we did see an increase in Black students who were also taking sixth grade math. And again, these are new students. So you're not looking at the first year students who moved over to 18-19. You're comparing 17-18's cohort to 18-19's cohort to 2019-2020's cohort, and what that enrollment looks like. It's not an exact apples to apples comparison, but it can show us trajectories that we're seeing within these courses. And then we drop down to our most advanced options for our sixth graders, which is the pre-algebra, where our sixth graders learn both sixth grade concepts in total and seventh grade concepts in total. You saw a larger growth for our Black students and students who were categorized as other percentage-wise in taking this higher, more rigorous, much more rigorous course. And if you look from year to year, you also saw an increase in the white students who were enrolled in this course. It stayed flat when looking from 18-19 to 19-20, but we saw a year over year increase for Black students. So just to highlight, again, this information for you, when you look at not just 17-18 and comparing it to the first year without grade 6 honors, that year over year comparison, but let's also look at what happened for year 2. So now we're 2 years, 2019, 2020, 2 years out from this decision, and we want to see if this trajectory that we saw in our first year, did it continue? When looking at grade 6 mathematics, we saw that year over year, the number of white students who were enrolled decreased slightly from year 1 to year 2, though it were still higher than the initial year. For our Black students, we saw a small dip, but still more students enrolled in our basic 6th grade, still rigorous math. When looking at the pre-algebra, again, 6th grade and 7th grade running congruently, we saw that basically the white students, the number of white students in that course for year 2 stayed pretty much the same, only 1 student difference. But for our Black students, there was a year over year increase. So we had multiple years consecutively of the enrollment of our Black students in this high level course. And again, when looking at 17-18 versus looking at 2019-2020, there's a pretty significant increase when comparing the enrollment year over year. And again, this is not apples to apples. These are not the same students. And so we again also highlighted where these numbers dipped when you compared year 2 versus year 1, just to make that information stand out for you as you review this information. So here's a summation of that information that you just saw. The number and percentage of children of color taking the highest level 6th grade math class since the elimination of the honors option has increased for consecutive years. And there's the specific increases that we just went over, both the number of students that the 2-year total increased by, as well as the percentage since the elimination of that option. And looking at our, what I'm now calling our customary 6th grade math class, and I'm always I know I'm emphasizing that, but this is not a bad math class, right? For some, they will take customary or traditional 6th grade math and look at it as though it's not high quality and it's not rigorous, when it is. It is an age appropriate, rigorous 6th grade math class. And again, just reiterating what the enrollment changes that have occurred since the honors option was eliminated. And this is again to give you an analysis of what has occurred since that decision, not to say that it was good or bad, but to give you a review of this information. And so again, when the honors options are eliminated, we should know as a district when we're making decisions, and we're talking about being data driven, understanding maybe unintended consequences or things that we should reconsider, we have to look deeper. And so, again, I also want you to know the total number of 6th grade students. And when looking at overall, how did the enrollments change when looking at the 6th grade honors versus 6th grade math versus pre-algebra? Where did those students land? So these colored columns represent the percentage of students overall in our district in 6th grade and where they were enrolled in these 3 6th grade math courses. In 17-18, you can see about 30% of our students were enrolled in general mathematics for 6th grade. About 45% were enrolled in honors and 24% enrolled in our pre-algebra, our highest track for 6th grade math. And so since the elimination of this honors option, you can see that it's been pretty consistent how these 45%, and again, not the same students, but the students who made up that category, how were students disseminated based on their selections in the following years? And you can see it's almost identical for 18-19 and 19-20, even though our overall total number of 6th grade students has shifted. You can see that that's a really important point, right? This is not apples to apples. So even though in 18-19 we went up by 7 students, in 19-20 we went down by 18 students in 6th grade, the percentages of the selection of students in these courses remained consistent for consecutive years. And we'll again do this dissemination for 2020, 2021 at the end of this year. So we also want to talk about, we know that there's sometimes misconceptions around what happens to kids. You know, how do they change their courses? Do students level up and level down? Do they drop a course? Do they add a course? And so just to make sure that we're able to give you very accurate information, we pulled from 1920 the percentage of sixth grade students, right, who had no change based on their ethnicity, meaning that they didn't add or drop or change their math courses. You had about 4% of Black students, almost 5%, who leveled down from their previous math option. And you had about 3.4% of white students who did the same. Everything else you can see, you know, pretty self-explanatory. But we know that percentages can sometimes be misleading. So we want to give you the raw numbers because it's really important for us to make sure that we all leave with the same information. When looking at our sixth graders and their math courses in 2019 and 2020, the number of students who leveled down, Black students who leveled down from their previous selection was 6. The number of white students who leveled down was 10, but you can see what the global number looks like there for both categories, Black and white. And so we talked about sixth grade, and we know that sixth grade math and sixth grade, you know, courses are the beginning of middle school, but eighth grade signifies the journey to high school. And so we did the same type of review in looking at the levels of courses that our eighth graders took. And again, I apologize for, you know, the charts of numbers, but we have to just make sure that we're able to be really clear in our communication. And so just like our sixth graders, your eighth grade pre-algebra honors course was eliminated in 2018 and 2019. And very similar to our previous data, we wanted to look at what occurred after this course was eliminated. Now, what's a little bit different from our sixth grade options is that the elimination of our pre-algebra honors still left three levels of mathematics for our eighth graders to complete. And so what did we see when this occurred, right? So just again, to read our chart, here are your courses on your left-hand side. The top represents each of the categories, including ethnicity and school years. And we also gave you a year-over-year percentage change. So when looking at the first year that pre-algebra was eliminated for eighth graders, pre-algebra honors, I apologize, where did we see an increase? You saw an increase in just about every category. You saw an increase in pre-algebra pretty significantly over the previous year for all ethnicities. You saw a pretty significant increase even in Algebra 1. Most significantly, Algebra 1 saw, I believe, the greatest increase as a result of the elimination of pre-algebra honors. And then we see geometry had the least amount of increases as a result of this shift. They stayed pretty consistent. And when we look at the percentages year over year, they're, you know, somewhat astronomical. The percentages, so just for example, the percentage of white students who increased their enrollment in pre-algebra was up over 160%. The percentage of Black students who increased Algebra 1 was 280%. And students who identified as others, almost 200%. So you can see that these are direct. And when you look here at the year 2, right? So we want to see if, was this jump maintained year over year, year 1? Now let's compare year 2 to year 1. We could see that many were not, right? So when you look at the pre-algebra jump from 19 to 50, we went back down to 33 students, which was a decrease year 2 to year 1 of about 17%. For Black students in pre-algebra, it went from 62 up to 100. It almost returned to the exact same number as 64. Same thing for students identified as other. How about our Algebra 1 numbers? The number of white students, again, it's still, significantly over year two over our initial year, but year two to year one, we did see a dip. The Black students who are enrolled in Algebra 1 saw consecutive years of increases. From 15 Black students taking Algebra 1 in 17-18 to 57 in 18-19 to 64 in 19-20, showing a pretty decent trajectory there. And looking at geometry, the number of white students taking geometry in 8th grade, remember this is 8th grade, jumped from 82 to 89 year one, and 89 and 94 consecutive years of increases. And for Black students who were taking geometry, there was a dip in year one, but a really significant increase that's promising in year two. And so we again highlighted in red here the areas that decreased at any point during this review. So again, I know that all these numbers may have your head spinning, but this is some very significant information for us. So just to recount this for us, the number and percentage of children of color taking the highest level 8th grade math class since the elimination of honors has increased for consecutive years. I want to just highlight this red here. What's significant here is when you combine Algebra 1 and geometry, and you look at the total number of students there who we're talking about, Black students, in 17-18, there were only 28 students total in our middle schools combined who were taking our top two math courses. In 17-18, this was at 28 students. By 19-20, it was up to 89 students. That's a very significant increase. Families who identified as other also saw an increase from 17-18 as 45 students, a really sharp increase when you combine those courses of 74. So just wanted to make sure that we highlight some of those outcomes from that elimination of that honor course. I know for some, we want to see the enrollment based on our schools, not just 8th grade total. So we of course want to share a school by school breakdown, understanding again that we don't want to take too deep a dive and stay too late, but I just want to, this is the kind of information I think is just so useful. That MMS, this is the enrollment of MMS, the enrollment of SOMS, and this is a breakdown that the Algebra 1 courses, and this is what this breakdown is. We see that the percentage of white students who selected Algebra 1 in middle schools is greater than the district enrollment percentage, which is right here, of white students, and the percentage of Black students who selected Algebra 1 in middle schools is still less than the district enrollment of Black students. And the number of students dropping or adding Algebra 1 were few, not a significant number, and it didn't show a trend by ethnicity. So that's a really good summary sheet, I think, for our conversations. And so again, looking at our enrollment trends here for 8th grade, where did the honor students go? And so this is a breakdown, again, showing when you remove the pre-algebra honors, was the distribution of students as a whole similar for the following years. And unlike our 6th graders, there has been it hasn't been a consistent 2 years here of data. There is a significant difference between the percentage of 8th graders year over year enrolled in geometry versus enrolled in pre-algebra. What has been consistent is the jump of 8th grade algebra. Year one has stayed pretty significant with year two. And again, this is showing that we've had a significant change in the enrollment in our 8th graders, but we've shown a consistent model of enrollment here for 8th grade algebra. So similar, our 8th grade geometry program, that there are embedded challenges, right? We're always concerned about the age appropriateness and the developmentally appropriateness of these instructional levels. When you have sixth graders who are being accelerated, where they're taking both sixth grade and seventh grade math at the same time, we become concerned that our students, number one, dealing with this on a mental health level where they're not super stressed out, right? And also that they don't feel that immense pressure. And thirdly, that students are gaining the foundational mathematics concepts so that they're not lost when they skip through. And again, skip is the wrong word because the material is covered, but it's being covered in an accelerated manner. And again, these are meant to be courses designed for students who are exceedingly capable of accelerating the basic math arithmetic instruction. And so later on, we'll talk a little bit about the percentages and numbers of students who are enrolled in advanced courses, and is that pedagogically appropriate? So board members and members of the public, when we've last shared this information, there were a few board members who brought up fantastic questions that some of the courses that were described in charts were no longer available because of the access and equity work. And they were 100% correct. But that was a great aha moment for us because though these courses were no longer offered, some of the seventh grade and eighth grade and sixth grade honors courses, and they're no longer being taught in the schools, the course data within our Power School platform was not updated to reflect this. And so that was a great aha moment for us as a district, and our C&I team, along with some school-based folks, are working now with IT to update those course descriptions in Power School so that they're accurate. Now, these charts that are following are just raw data that updates the charts that were shared in February. So, sorry, in January. We're not changing that information because that was an official board meeting. We're updating that information with what we found as a result of that conversation. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. I just want to make sure that the public and the board is aware that that previously shared information has been updated with the real-time information as it exists now. And so this is, again, just showing you raw numbers, sixth grade enrollment in math courses and demographics, SOMS, MMS, combined middle schools. Again, I'm skipping through this. This is just raw information. There's no analysis here, but I just want to put on the public record that this has been updated to show what our courses are in actuality, not what they are in the Power School platform that needs to be updated. So another important piece here is how do students get into courses, right? And that's an important piece that's ongoing, and a huge part of access and equity is students' entree into the courses that are available to them, and how do we share that, and how do we support them? And here's just a brief overview of the math course selection schedule, and this is happening right now, right? Like the next piece is happening on the 26th, and we're moving forward. We've already had math nights, and we just want to make sure that everyone who's watching is aware of these opportunities to discuss the pathways that are available for our students. So we know that access and equity is more than just courses. It's how do you support students that are in courses. And so here's some information. And again, this is for board members who may not be as familiar with some of the institutional information, or parents or stakeholders who are watching who also may not be familiar with some of the history of the interventions that have been put into place. And so part of the de-leveling of our schools, as I just spoke about, was also the investment in interventions. And one thing that Dr. Perez has done and shared with the board and the public is the inventory around the things that have been put in place for interventions, whether they be a part of BPW settlement, or a part of our comprehensive equity plan, or a part of OCR. All these pieces really are all about giving students opportunities and giving them support. So again, I won't bore you by reading to you, but here are a few lists of some of the things that we've done in the past that we're analyzing now to make sure that our interventions are being impactful. Whether it be offering full math courses in the summer to allow students to have an ability to go to advanced math courses. Each of our secondary schools has an additional mathematics teacher that was put there by previous boards' budgets that were approved to add interventions, right? That's the whole point of them being there, not to just take on another full class load, but to target their interventions for kids. We also know that part of our journey also spoke about some of the glass ceilings that existed for kids and the efforts to remove some of those impediments, to remove things that unnecessarily block Black students and students of color from accelerating. And one of those things that were removed in previous years was the requirement for teacher recommendations. And as a result, teacher recommendations were even removed as an option to make sure that there were no unintended consequences from teacher recommendations. If some students have them and others don't have them, is that swaying their placement in these courses? And also, there were specific scores on assessments that were removed as a requirement or even an option because they were seen as a glass ceiling over these opportunities. And again, trying to dig through and peel back the onion on some of these impediments and some of the history behind this. Here's some summations of things that have been shared through our fact-finding process. Prior to Access and Equity, math teachers considered the course grade, the previous course grade, and their own judgment when making recommendations. Ultimately, course grades were the most weighted. Unfortunately, we don't have any real tangible formal documentation on the guidelines used prior to Access and Equity. But one of the things that was told again to us in our fact finding was that if a student had a grade of 90 or better, it was then recommended at the end of that course that they move up. If they were scoring between a 77 and a 90, they were recommended to stay in that level. If they fell below a 77, it was suggested that they move down. And students that were recommended to go up had a summer course to prepare them for that move up. And again, this is what was shared with us. During this time, the levels did not teach or test the same materials. And the recommendation the recommendation process stopped after Access and Equity was adopted as a policy and a process for our district. Just to continue, students that were recommended quote unquote up, again, had a summer course to prepare them to move up since the levels didn't, again, teach the same materials. And why was this so critical? It was embedded in the Access and Equity policy that the district shall engage in the K-12 curricular alignment, ensuring that all students develop the knowledge and skills fundamental to successful performance in advanced placement and advanced level courses. So again, this was not an option. This was supposed to be a part of what we do for all of our kids. Again, understanding that the time of the evening, I'll go a little bit faster. Just wanted to emphasize a few things here for you. We spoke a little bit before about our pedagogical beliefs. And so the pedagogical beliefs also drive developmentally appropriate course selection and trying to review those patterns. So here's an important example. At CHS, Columbia High School, students requesting the honors level of a course in math greatly outnumbered those requesting the academic level. In some years, the honors level make up as much as 80% of students in the course. Even at its lowest, it's more than 54%. So what does that mean? Does it mean that we have a bell curve approach to honors level, AP level, and academic level courses? Is it a problem? that 80% of our students are taking the honors level course? Is the honors level course truly honors level if 80% of students are in it? Again, these are pedagogical questions that we don't have to answer as we sit here, but part of my responsibility in reviewing this is to share information like this so we can take a deeper dive into it. So just to comment on what we think is really an important process here is how do students get into their courses, right? So for 8th graders, they have an 8th grade scheduling night, and it was about a week and a half ago. The program of studies course request worksheets are distributed. Course selections open in Power School until March 26th. High school counselors go and meet with the 8th graders during the school day and discuss the course selection and assist them with submission of their requests. So we want to make sure that we're looking at that process, right? That is a truly transformative opportunity for our district. That 8th grade high school guidance counselor conversation is key, right? We should have a clear process, not just for our kids, but for our families, because some families are not responding with the documents. And so what happens when that 8th grader doesn't bring forward the document requesting the course? How does that conversation happen with them to help them understand the opportunities that lie in front of them? Are we encouraging those 8th graders to level up and try something that's rigorous? How are we capturing parental engagement? If that student is not bringing that document home and we call them in for a discussion, we should also be calling those parents and also using the opportunities that we have with us for interpretation, right? There's an interpreter opportunity there. We use a service that helps us to speak to families in different languages. Are we using that to make sure that we're encouraging students and just informing them about those opportunities? How are we supporting, again, that translation for our ELL families? So another important piece that this is often shared with our 8th grade families by our secondary STEM supervisor, because parents are keenly, in many communities, including ours, concerned that their students take calculus. Many of the students who are enrolled in, who parents push to the highest level middle school math are doing it because they think that's the way to get their student to take calculus prior to graduating, because it's seen as a bridge to a great college institution. And so during our math nights, our STEM supervisor emphasizes this, and it's a very important piece. All students can reach calculus no matter when they first take Algebra 1. I'll repeat that. And we're going to say this all the time in many different places. All students can reach calculus no matter when they first take Algebra 1. Here's a flow chart of it, and it shows you if you're taking Algebra 1 in 8th grade, if you're taking Algebra 1 in 9th grade, you can still get to calculus. It may take some summer opportunities for you to get there, but the opportunity is well within our students' reach to get to calculus without pushing to the highest levels possible in middle school. So I'll go briefly through this because we did this for our middle school. We want to look at also Columbia High School honors. Are we seeing adds and drops by demographics that are concerning? So in looking at Columbia High School honors classes by Black and white demographics in 2019 and 2020, 91% of white students had no drops or adds. 71% of Black students had no drops or adds. 24% of Black students leveled down from their CHS honor course, where only 6% of white students had the same experience. How does that look with real numbers? Out of 514 white students had no change, 123 Black students had no change. However, the numbers of students who leveled down in each ethnicity was pretty close. So with 5 times more students, almost, white students had no change, whereas the number of students who leveled down from honors course in Columbia was almost the same. That looks like a concern. I think most would agree. Looking at our AP courses, we see a similar trajectory. 83% of white students saw no change in their AP selection throughout the year. Only 62% of Black students saw no change throughout the year. And not only, when you look at the percentages, there were 20% of Black students who leveled down, not just leveled down, but 16% more who dropped the course offering altogether. And this is looking at percentages. We're looking at raw numbers. You can see. We had more students level down than had no change in our AP courses. But what's most significant in this chart is the enrollment of AP courses. Significantly less Black students enrolled in AP courses than are enrolled in honors options. I'll go back to our honors options. In looking at our unique student count, trying to look at how many students are identified as Black students and white students and categorized as other for this presentation, you can see the differences here. This is the total enrollment for the 1920 school year. 993 white students, 589 Black students, and 282 students categorized as other. So what does that mean for advanced placement? Very obvious through these numbers that we're seeing that there's a significant difference in looking at the number of Black students enrolled in honors courses versus AP courses in this school year, the 2019-2020 school year. And so why is that, right? And so we're trying to disaggregate why this is. And looking at Columbia High School, how do you get into an AP course? And so one of the bridges to getting to an AP course are the summer assignments that are connected to AP courses. And many other courses also have summer assignments. And so we took a deeper dive into our summer assignments, specifically in mathematics. All assignments review concepts from prior courses that the new course will build upon. Most are only recommended assignments that also include answer keys for students to do self-assessment. However, AP Calculus, AB and BC, are the only math courses with a required summer assignment, as they have the most strict timeline to complete their curriculum in the school year. AP Calculus assignments open with this note. This assignment is designed to review and reinforce algebraic and trigonometric concepts, By covering this material right away, we'll be able to begin learning calculus within the first week of school. Remember, the goal is for you to understand the material thoroughly so that we can focus on calculus material immediately when the school year begins. So again, you can see that the purpose of the summer assignment is to make sure students are able to, again, cover the calculus material aggressively as soon as possible. And so we are moving away, and I wanted to share some more AP and honors information for you. Believe it or not, we have some board members who are so thoroughly immersed in this information, just as we are as administration, that they actually have looked at some of this information and also shared it with us to understand that access and equity, while there's been progress made, especially at the middle school level, we are far from accomplishing our goals. So you can see here that this is biology, 9th grade biology. When you're looking at honors and what not just the enrollment is from honors versus regular, in quotes here, regular biology for our 9th graders, we can see that within the demographics of this course, there's a significant difference in reviewing Black students, white students, and students who are categorized as other. Same thing with some of the other ninth grade offerings, right? And so this is why we talked about the crux of the matter being that eighth grade conversation with guidance counselors and how students are selecting courses. And so what can we do now? And these are questions that we talk about. Should we rethink some of our access and equity methodology? Should we modify anything that we're doing with access and equity? So here's some things that we're looking at. We have to make sure that we are targeting the outreach to increase the number of Black math and STEM teachers in our district. We know that the research shows that having teachers of color, specifically Black teachers in front of Black kids, there's a positive outcome, and students in that research are shown to be able to accelerate, to have higher expectations of themselves. The board has made one of our district goals for consecutive years, partnerships that are going to help us with our post-secondary partners to increase the number of students of teachers of color in our district. We need to continue looking at our math intervention philosophy. How are we best utilizing that additional teacher? That additional teacher was a very significant investment in our secondary schools. We had to make sure that we're keeping an eye on how they're being utilized in real time. And we talked about the translation of documents and for our ELL teachers, families, as well as the translation of discussions that happen with guidance counselors. And this last bullet is very significant. We know that we've had and we have invested in implicit bias training, and we've invested in restorative practices and that type of professional development. Previous to my arrival, I was told that there was a lot of training that was done on cultural competencies and those type of things for our teachers. We have to continue to do that. Some of that work was derailed this summer because of our emergent need to make sure everyone knew how to use Canvas, right? So we couldn't invest as much time as we would normally do into these really highly important areas. And so that's what we're working on as a SLT as we plan out next school year. And again, we're concerned about the vertical articulation between our elementary, middle, and high school. We didn't dip back into elementary school in this presentation because we know it's, I know it's only so much I can cover in one time, but that was a concern of our middle school principals, right? When kids leave 5th grade, how are they selecting what they're going to do for 6th grade? And how is that messaging happen at the 5th grade level? Very important conversation. And again, that job embedded professional development has to be consistent, not just for teachers, but for our administrators as well. So here's some important information around AP. As you can tell, I'm very enthusiastic about increasing the access of AP to our students of color, to our Black students specifically, who you saw represented on that previous chart. And so our director of guidance, our high school principal, our assistant soup of access and equity, and CNI, we're all talking about this and how we can attack this, right? And so we're scheduling meetings right now to talk about AP access and to talk about what we can bring in and use that adds to our tool belt with this specific lens. And so we're piloting a program called AP Core, where it builds peer mentorship, where students of color who are already in AP courses will now connect to students to help them understand that is extremely doable and they're extremely capable of doing it. And also to communicate consistently week after week with our teachers. So in closing, this does not conclude this important conversation. We could fill so many more slides with information on this monitoring and assessment, The passion behind this work is palpable, both in the public and our board and our district. We're all contributors to this advocacy. Access and equity is more than a position, a policy, or a department. I'll just pause and say that one more time. Access and equity is more than a position, a policy, or a department. It has to permeate all of our operations as a school district. We have to continue to invest in changing this trajectory. The literal likelihood that our most vulnerable students will be included in our most rigorous offerings, that trajectory has to be changed. And so, again, one outcome of this discussion and our C&I committee discussions and our budget discussions is that we need to invest even more into this work. So we're looking at and considering recommending to the board that we invest in a third party to assist us in digging through our practices as a district, especially at the instructional level, to identify the implicit bias and to also help us with our students of color who are, through no fault of their own, not participating in the most rigorous of courses, though they have demonstrated that they are outstanding candidates. So once again, we want to work as a team to develop a plan that uses a third party who are experts in this, in changing this trajectory, with number one, identifying where our implicit biases are in this trajectory for our highest level courses. Then also to talk to our teachers, our guidance counselors, our principals, our students, to figure out why students aren't receiving this opportunity. And then most importantly, identify those outstanding candidates who, through no fault of their own, are not being enrolled in these courses. This is one group that does this work. We're going to be looking at writing up a bid proposal, and we would love to have some feedback, of course, to start engaging. This group is called Equal Opportunity Schools, and they help explicitly with this type of access and equity work. And they help not just to look at data, but to help us in these conversations that we're having that are happening outside of the SLT, within deep in our school staff, to talk about what may be uncomfortable conversations, but are very necessary conversations. That concludes my presentation.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Taylor. In the interest of time, if there are questions, I ask you to limit it to one, and then if there are questions, please send them to me. We'll consolidate them and then get them over to the SLT for questions. So I believe I saw Board Member Zubieta.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Dr. Taylor for a very detailed presentation. Last month, I did talk about the need for context because we showed the number of white students versus Black students versus those who identified as in an other category. And the data is really only meaningful if we also know the proportions in our school district of how many white students, what proportion are Black, et cetera. I would urge the same sort of analysis to be added to the presentation today in order to contextualize. So for example, if we know that white students, their population in our school has gone down 20%, then we know that the numbers we saw are even more egregious than they seem, that we haven't made as much progress as we think we have. So context is still very important because the data as presented assumes that percentages of demographics remain static year over year. So I would say we need to sort of standardize or normalize the data. In that same regard, we talk about the number of students who add, drop, or level up or level down, and that's within a school year. But it's also important to see the trajectory toward calculus, for example. So if a student is enrolled in honors geometry, what happens to them the following year? Do they decide to stay on the honors trajectory and take honors algebra 2? Or do they decide to take academic algebra 2? So it's important to not only look at what happens within a school year, but what happens throughout the child's 4 years. I know that this data was regarding, it showed white, black, other, and I know that all data cannot be presented in one presentation, but I would urge that we have an appendix that need not be discussed, publicly, but that can be available on the website, because access and equity means more than just race. It also means gender. It also means comparing students who are on free and reduced lunch as one indicator of students who are economically disadvantaged, who could be of any race. You can have any race be below the poverty line, for example. So I would like to see the data by gender, because we know that, for example, in AP physics classes, we don't have the same number of females as we do, same number of students who identify as female, as students who identify as male. And obviously the free and reduced lunch piece would be very useful too, because we would want to know that we're supporting students in all areas. So I think in closing, I would say that this is a great presentation. It's an improvement upon January, but in the spirit of continual improvement, I would ask that we really start to take seriously. That's all.
Thank you, Board Member Zubieta. Just to respond a little bit, as Board Member Cuddle would say, this is my jammy jam, right? Like, I love diving deep into this stuff. And you're right, this framework that we're sitting in, we could do this for 3 hours, right? We could really go every which way. And I think that part of our conversation in C&I that we had this month that I think was really encouraging is the analysis of what's disproportionate. We could do that week after week and meeting after meeting, and it may be more beneficial for us to focus in on the solutions. Even though you can't have a solution without identifying the problem, I think in previous years, our focus has been on the problem a lot, but our practices haven't adjusted that much, right? And so I think that for me, some of my aha moments after a year and a half is just looking at people have changed in the assignments to these, who help our kids, but some of our practices are still not scientifically firm yet, right? We're not doing things in a way that build on our internal work on this. And so I truly appreciate the comments about slicing this by free and reduced lunch, slicing it by gender, slicing it by adding perhaps additional racial descriptors in there. We could do that. And I think that we tried to put context for the enrollment of each of these groups in this presentation as well, right? We gave you the overall numbers of enrollment per school, the overall numbers of enrollment per race. We could still cut even more, but I think that we're getting to a point where, as far as the capacity of SLT and myself and the school leaders, that we're, with Dr. Perez, really helping us, that we're starting to right now try to shift to the prescription, right? That we can continue to prove that something is wrong, but I think that we know that, right? But now let's start looking at what is a research base that reliable solution. But I think one thing that we also wanted to share is that, right, it's not the final piece that we're looking for, but when you compare the enrollment data year over year, and you compare the class-based data year over year, you're seeing a positive trajectory. And so I think that as a district, we shouldn't ignore that either, right? That was a decision that was made, and you've seen some traction with that. But I think that where we haven't seen traction is at the high school, and we have to be honest about that, and that we need to, that when we first started this work, I think most folks from the 30,000 foot level thought it was a high school problem, but it's not a high school problem, right? It goes back deeper than that, and it goes in deeper than that, and it goes back further than that. I'm sorry for the long answer.
Thank you. Board Member Winfield, one question, please.
Thank you. Before I ask my question, I guess I also want to go on the record and express some frustration that although we were meant to hear this presentation at our board retreat a couple of weeks ago, we postponed that with the agreement that this would be the focus of our presentations this evening. And as we're nearing midnight, I'm feeling frustrated that our engagement with this presentation, at least in the public sphere, has been reduced significantly to limiting the number of questions, certainly limiting the number of folks who are actually listening and tuning into this presentation right now. And for me, it really draws into question, not just on part of the district, but as a board, our commitment to really prioritizing this work. And so I think that I have far more than one question to ask, and I think that those need to be asked in a public arena so that not only people can sort of engage in hearing what some of those questions are, but also hearing the district's response to some of these things. I would say that, my main question, I think, really comes around the commitment that you expressed at the end of the presentation, which I really appreciated, to essentially, these are my words, not yours, but designing a district that ensures the likelihood that in particular our most vulnerable students will be enrolling in ultimately successful and advanced coursework. If that's our ultimate goal as a district, we have to be willing to center data in a way that describes the current state of that likelihood. I was disappointed to see so many data slides and really not get at the direct current state of disparity with respect to the courses that you shared. I think it's great to be able to see percentages increase and decrease in different ways, but at the heart of any equity issue around course access is the likelihood of an opportunity being present and the degree to which students, whether you're looking at, in this case, race, are over or underrepresented as in relation to their overall demographic. So I was disappointed to not see that in a really clear way tonight. And I would like us to be able to revisit that so that we can see that. I agree, we need to really be focused on action planning to address what we know is a huge crisis in our district. But if we don't have a clear sort of starting point, at least from this place, we're not going to be able to measure any type of meaningful progress once we actually begin to live out some of those action plans. And then I guess I would say the only other question I have is, what are we doing? I want to be really mindful that we don't get into solutions, because I don't believe as a district at this point we truly understand what those issues are. They have persisted and grown over time. And I think that even though we've made some really bold moves as a district to eliminate courses, to change policies, it's clear that there are some really nefarious hidden sort of procedures that take place under the radar that we need to understand and get underneath. So my question is, what are we doing as a district before we jump to solutions to get underneath and really understand some of the root causes around some of the different levers that you identified.
So I think that the first statement that you made is an important one. They all are important, but it's important that sometimes the minutia and the capacity of engagement, right? We're doing a lot of work. We're doing a lot of just tonight with with the budget piece and the audit piece and the public speaks are all important things, but we want to make sure, even in our subconscious of the work that we're doing, right, that we're centering this topic as more than just a topic. It's not a part of what we do. It should be what we do, right? And so I agree with that with that sentiment, and it's a place that we can all grow as leaders, as a district, and I'm sure even as a board. I don't think that the second comment was really a question, but more so speaking about the likelihood of enrollment and the likelihood of success using measurements that do that. I think it definitely could be helpful for us to utilize that type of methodology. As far as the third comment around going under this topic and looking at the crux of the matter, I would probably need to have more conversations with you around that to really understand where we're going there and to have a better understanding of the comment. I wouldn't want to give a response without having a better understanding of what you mean by that. I think that what I tried to emphasize in this presentation was that implicit bias exists, and it exists in our district, and it exists in our staffing, and it exists, and it's not just something that exists with white people, right, or Black people. It can have to do with your gender, it can have to do with your socioeconomic status, with how you were raised. All those things could be a part of implicit bias and the need for professional development, not just one-off PD, but embedded professional development that has an honest focus, right? I think that part of what we've spoken about in CNI, and I think in other committees, is being able to have difficult conversations, being able to say, this is a problem, right? Just because the most disenfranchised groups in our community may not be complaining doesn't mean that there's not a problem there. And I think that is something that I think is very significant. Again, I don't know if I'm getting to the point that you were making, but I agree in having more opportunities for us to have this conversation, for sure.
Thank you, and we look forward to that. Board Member Bergen?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation tonight. And I support the idea of having this conversation earlier in the night and allowing more time for it. But I just wanted to suggest something else, another way to look at the data that I think would be important, and that is to look at IEP status by race and to look at honors and AP classes by IEP status. And to draw your attention to the fact that there are AP courses in this district that don't have any sections with a support teacher, and that makes those classes less accessible to students with IEPs. And that's something that's discussed in their decision making with members of the district, whether or not it's appropriate for them to take those classes, even though their IEPs legally provide them with that support.
Thank you. I've actually had those conversations with a few parents, right, who came to see me pre-COVID, who had students who had IEPs, but were also in AP courses, and the conversations that were happening at the school level, there was a disagreement on that, right? A disagreement on the amount of support IEPs should generate in a course that's designed by college boards with the AP piece. And so I think that is an important conversation, and it might even be a legal one, right? That we might need to get some legal guidance on to give direct guidance to those who are managing that for us, that I think that there may have definitely been a misunderstanding previously about that IEP does not mean no AP access, right? It's just a double negative. I'm sorry, but you understand what I'm saying. I'm sorry, but it's so I definitely I made note of that with the rest of the notes so far from the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cuddle.
Yes, thank you, President Joshua. Dr. Taylor, thank you for the presentation. Given the late of the hour, I just actually wanted to perhaps see if we could, with Dr. Taylor, with you, President Joshua, and CNI Chair Siders, if it would be permissible that if there were additional questions that they perhaps be maybe grouped and bucketed for CNI, maybe float to over to you as a chairperson, Siders, and then that way we can, as chair, flush them out as you speak with and set up our next CNI meeting, and perhaps we can have another discussion, and then from that meeting report out to our fellow colleagues, and then help prepare for the next meeting. If that's, but so I just want to propose that way we can kind of capture this moment, but given the lateness of the hour, continue the conversation in other ways.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, let me just there are two more hands, so I'm gonna just brief questions and then we can move on. And yeah, we should definitely roll through the rest so that we can get through some of the crux of the issues as Board Member Wakefield was discussing earlier. Board Member Malaspina.
I'm gonna echo Board Member Wingfield's statement that this really should have been a whole presentation just by itself in a whole board meeting, because this is such important work, and we're at 12 o'clock right now and we haven't even gotten to committee reports. So that concerns me. I get what you're saying, Board Member Cuddle, but I'm just concerned because we're not even getting to committee reports until like 12 o'clock at night. So I don't want this very important work to get lost in a committee report and discussion. This is very important and concerning what I'm hearing, and I think that this really needs a whole other almost board meeting just to discuss that.
Just to President Joshua, to clarify to Board Member Malaspina's point, I guess my suggestion was not forward at the discussion to then go to CNI to kind of just end up lost in the weeds in minutes. It was just to make sure in this moment, as it is getting late, that we can capture our thoughts and share them perhaps later with CNI in agreement that this is an important discussion and we don't want to lose momentum. But just
I didn't take it that way. I'm sorry. I didn't want it to, it wasn't taken that way. I just, I didn't want it to get lost.
Understood. Board Member Wright.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Taylor. I'm going to go back and reference our student representative, Ms. Foreman, when she stated in her report about an increase in failure rate during the pandemic. I don't know what interventions are in place or how it will be addressed, but I can tell you that I'm concerned that we did not mention special ed nor ELL in this, and I raised that question last month. But I'd like to ask Dr. Taylor this question. I do have many questions. As you can see, I have almost a thing here. And I agree 100% with Board Member Wingfield. I think she covered everything very well, which is cutting down on my comments. But I would like to ask Dr. Taylor, I'd like a more granular report on how the budget will support students. We need to know how the budget impacts teaching and learning. And sitting here as the board chair, I mean, not the board chair, the FFT chair, I wasn't aware of a third party. We have a lot of overhead now, and we're doing a lot of conversations, and we've been doing conversations for the last 10 years. And it's time that we get out of conversation mode and into action mode. And I have some real concerns with bringing in another person or company or whatever it may be to do work here in the district with everyone that we have. We have an assistant superintendent of equity. We have an SLT leadership team that should be second to none. We have new HR, we have new everything. And we keep adding, but we're not adding anything for students. We're not adding anything for children. I saw nothing really in the budget that covered kids. So when are we going to begin to cover kids as well? And I'm really tired of asking this question.
So thank you, Board Member Wright. And one thing that Mr. Roth pointed out on one of those slides, he spoke about the support systems for interventions for students, right? There was a slide that spoke about that, and also spoke about that $1.6 million that we've been guaranteed upon our grant application that focuses in on recovery from COVID for our students. And one key part of that that we've been speaking about is increasing the summer opportunities for interventions, but also understanding that for many of our students, they work in the summer, right? So you want to make sure that there again isn't an implicit bias in your design for interventions that students who maybe are the most vulnerable, they aren't available to. So that is one of our one of the pieces in our budget that is designed directly for the question that you just asked, and that is an increase in the intervention for our students who fit the category that you just described as having challenges academically and maybe socio-emotionally during COVID. And so that's both in our real dollars, right, our budget dollars, and also in the potential grant award that Mr. Roth detailed. And I just wanted to say that adding support for what's been such an important, you said granular, and that's one of my favorite words, granular support for kids and for interventions for some of this data. That there's a reason why these folks exist, and it's the reason why they're successful in places like this, is places that have the same challenges that we have, large districts and small districts, right? They're experts at unraveling the ball of red tape that's really preventing kids who have potential from not realizing it. And so they're not doing the work of anybody on this team. We haven't even written the design to, the proposal or gotten grants or anything like that. But I just wanted to make sure that the board was aware that it was a consideration, and we did speak about that in CNI as well.
Okay, and the last thing is we don't have any 504. We need to talk about 504 plans and kids being supported in AP classes. I'm just looking at support for kids, and it's just, and I would have liked to look at year 3, but we'll talk about that at another time and another place right here. But thank you. We have a lot of work to do for kids.
Yeah, and I didn't put year 3 on this because that data is still happening, right? It's still literally we're in the year, and so until the year was concluded, I didn't want to make any assumptions in the data that we were going to share. Regarding 504s and students who are in high level courses, that could be a presentation unto itself, right? That we know that we have a high number of students with 504s at the high school that our assistant principals and Dr. Alegria works with helping to manage and comply with them. And that could be its own topic. And I think that what we're all saying, right, is that that this could be more than a singular presentation, and it definitely can be. But I think I just wanted to make sure that we started with our compliance in our January presentation that was literally for compliance. And now we've moved, just with the basis of this conversation, into relevancy and into action planning that we spoke about in the previous board members' comments.
And the final thing, I swear this is it, are the kids who are over age at Columbia High School now who are going to age out. There really no supports in place for them, along with others, but that's a really, really important thing, and we need to address that as well. And that's an emergent situation, as is the situation that all of our children are in now. We need to look at that. I'm really disappointed.
Thank you, Board Member Wright. Board Member Siders?
Hi. Hello. Thank you, Dr. Taylor, for your presentation. I know one issue that's really important to me is around how we are identifying students who can move up to that more challenging coursework. Just based on my son's experience in our high school, that didn't seem to happen very often and to everyone. I think things like STEM night, AP night, those are they're great options, but they're options for families who are already engaged in the process. And one thing with the access and equity policy was that, yes, it eliminated the gatekeepers and the roadblocks, but it took a very passive approach. I'm more interested in, teachers and guidance counselors, knowing those students who have those potential, reaching out to those students, reaching out to their families, saying, this student can go into honors, this student can go into AP. Especially for those students whose parents are not as engaged, whose parents may have a language barrier. It's part of the culture of the school that we have adults in the building who are interested in seeing students succeed, not just the students who appear to make the effort, but that student who's in the back of the classroom, maybe doesn't talk that much, but there's the possibility that student can achieve. And I think I've noticed that seems to be missing from our schools, that if you are that quiet kid, that kid in the middle, no one is there to push you. And we have students that need to be pushed.
I agree. And in doing some of this research with our work groups, there have been mixed messages given, right? So, and again, I wasn't here, so I'm telling you what was told to me. One of the things that was told to me was that previous pushes on this topic were geared towards honors, right? That the push was to get kids of color in honors courses, that was the focus, not AP courses, right? And so, again, I don't know who was here before me or who put that in as an actionable item, but it seems to be consistently communicated that was a previous, and maybe it was seen as a step, right? You take this step and then you go to the next step type of thing. But that was one piece that could be, again, not an excuse, but something that speaks to some of this story. And that's why I wanted to put the presentation together in a way to kind of peel back the onion for those who may not be as familiar with some of the things that have happened. And I agree that I know for some researchers, they say, the best way to solve this kind of problem is to just take kids and put them in the classes, right? Like, don't give a choice to select it, just put kids in the courses. And I think that for most folks that I've dealt with, don't agree with that's an insensitive way to go about solving this problem. And I'll just leave it at that, but I totally appreciate what you're saying.
Thanks, Board Member Sutters. And Dr. Taylor, Board Member Wright answered, started along my question with interventions. My concern is that without a clear idea on how the targeted interventions are happening during virtual learning, that the numbers we saw are going to look worse the next time we see them. And also I would ask, and this is, you know, I need to answer right now, is to ask that when we see this again, that we are able to track by class. And what I mean is, like, take the, you know, class of 2025 and see where they were from, you know, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, et cetera. And same for 26, 27, et cetera. That way we can really see how, not just what happens in a grade from year to year, but what happens within a class from year to year.
For sure. And I think that even for, I've done previous presentations in different places that walk back students all the way to, you know, students who were with us from kindergarten through versus students who are more transient versus the interventions that occurred for those students and the demographics of those students as well. So we can speak more about maybe what the board is looking for. Maybe that can be funneled also through CNI just to make sure that we're fulfilling the expectations of everyone.
Sounds good. Thank you. Board Member Wingfield?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a really quick note. College Board does not require any summer work for any of their AP courses, pre-work, including AP Calc. I confirmed with my contact at College Board last week. So I just wanted to note that because I think summer work is something that we've been talking about a lot in our CNI committee as a potential barrier to enrollment. And it is not required by the College Board even for that course.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Taylor, for that. Next up is the president's update. Okay, give me a few minutes here. I will be very brief in the interest of time. I did prepare, I guess it's probably 2 pages, but I'll just limit it to 1 sentence. The district is prepared to reopen. And that concludes the president's report. Next, we can go to the committee reports. We can do this in alphabetical order again by committee. So we will start with CNI and Board Member Siders, and then Board Member Wright, Manny, and then Bergen. Board Member Siders, you're up.
Hello. Okay, so CNI met on February 10th, and all board members, all committee members were present, and we had 2 presentations, one by Principal Grinnell from Maplewood Middle and another from Principal Sanchez. Okay, so we're going to start with, these presentations were around first quarter marking period data. Principal Grinnell informs us that MMS is having parent meetings with teen teachers, including INRS meetings targeting our needy students. They're working with CNI supervisors and teacher leaders to look at grading during a pandemic and review their resubmission/retake of work policy for students. Social workers and interns are going out to families to support students who are not engaged. And they've also started a Saturday Academy this past weekend. And I want to stress that the presentations from Maplewood Middle and Columbia High School were more around students who with failing grades for the first marking period. We did not get numbers, but what we tried to focus on are, you know, what are we doing to support these students? So from Columbia High School, there are weekly meetings with various teams, including a crisis team focusing on struggling socially and emotionally students. Once again, INRS team is working with the assistant principals. The new social worker has been extremely beneficial at working with students who are struggling academically, have absences, that are not handling work. The social workers have been making accommodations, working with counselors, are Effective School Solutions and Henrik Martin Institute Partnership. The assistant principals are receiving daily emails on attendance and are meeting with students. An example of an intervention that was given to us was Assistant Principal Butler is reviewing her students who are struggling the most, and she's bringing them into the school in the afternoon to make sure that they do their work, and that this is going to be a process that all APs will be doing. Let's see. In terms of looking at the first marking period grades, Principal Sanchez stated that they reviewed the grades by department, by teacher, by failure grades, or I'm sorry, by students' failure grades. They were also looking at who had an F at the end of the marking period, but didn't have an F on the progress report. There were also faculty meetings where teachers talked about their best practices for turning a student with a failing grade into a student with, a non-failing grade. So how did they work to get the student from an F to a D to a C, a C to a D? Another item that Principal Sanchez noted was that before an F grade is given, teachers need to record and document all the interventions that were taken prior. All right. For special services, at the time we were we were in the hybrid, so families with students going hybrid were very appreciative of the in-person instruction. There was a request for inclusion classes to start coming in 4 days a week, but there was, of course, some discussion around the number of students in the class and in the cohort. Dr. Alegria talked about the dynamic learning map, which is an alternative assessment to the NJSLA. And we have a few students in district and out of district who will be assessed with this dynamic learning map, and that she's looking for a case manager to be the test coordinator. I'm going to jump to policy. We reviewed the class rank policy, which is up for first read this evening. This policy was actually reviewed on both CNI and the policy committee. We whittled down the policy to about 2 to 3 sentences. Our intention is to make these revisions, get the draft in front of the board and the community for input. In addition, we plan to review policy 5440, which is honoring student achievement. And that will be in an effort to see how we can further acknowledge student achievements at all levels. And we'd like to get input from various stakeholders, in particular students. And I'm just going to jump to the last item, which is the Seesaw application, a digital portfolio app that's viewed as being more appropriate for the K-2 population than Canvas. My understanding is it's easier for younger students to use it, and it's set up to display a student's work, and it's more interactive with families. Right now, their district teachers have been using Seesaw for a couple of months using a free introductory subscription, but it ended in December. Teachers will lose their work if we don't extend their accounts via a paid subscription. So the CNI department is recommending that we purchase this digital portfolio. It costs about $12,000 a year, and not only does it have the support of CNI, but also has the support of the ELA supervisor. That's it. Does anyone have any questions?
Board Member Cotto, or is this from a previous discussion?
Oh, that's sorry. Let me.
Board Member Malaspina.
Just one comment. I think we did discuss, just to add on to the discussion since I'm in CNI, we did discuss some that both the high school and the middle school were looking for some guidance from the CNI committee in terms of some types of things that they wanted to do in terms of maybe late work and makeup work and grading and stuff like that. And, I am hoping that we get some guidance from the CNI committee because some of these issues are bigger than just one school. They are school, grade one, they're big, they're the whole district. And so some of these have to come from there. And I think Lily's presentation to us showed that tonight, that we need to be coming up with not just school-based initiatives, though I like, but the high school, some of the things that the students said, we have to start to be coming up with district-wide things. And I'm very concerned that we haven't gotten to that point yet because we are 2 marking periods in and we have a lot of kids that are failing, and we can't just wait for summer school to be the option because by then the kids have failed. We have to do stuff now so that we don't get them to the point where the only option is summer school.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. Let's have a quick question. Is Seesaw, is it in addition to Canvas or is it slated to be a replacement or a supplement? So a supplement to Canvas, right? Okay, so
Yes.
thank you. Thank you. Okay, Board Member Wright, we may have lost her. I don't see her right now. We may have lost her. So let's go to we lost Board Member Manny too. And Board Member Bergen. Okay. Mr. Bonds, I don't know if they joined in a protest or something, but they all just lost it.
I'll resend the link again.
No, Susan said it looks like she's, from her vantage point, she said she's frozen. So I think there's like just a connectivity issue.
I just got something from Kamal. She says, I've been locked out of the meeting.
Oh, okay.
So maybe that's the same with Miss Manny and
Well, it is after midnight, so I'm wondering if we hit some sort of limit for the meeting.
I was just going to ask Mr. Bonds, because it seemed like there was a flash that happened on the screen before we lost people.
Yeah. Oh no, she's here. All right.
I think it's the way of nature telling us. It's the technology God telling us.
Board Member Siders, can you, in the interest of time, provide the policy update?
Okay, I have to find it.
Okay. So, well, nope, they're all here.
Oh.
They all came. Okay, I saw. Well, okay, Board Member. Okay, looks like we've got everybody back. Board Member Wright, can you hear me? Can you hear us?
Board Member Wright just texted me saying she's frozen. So, so all of you see her there. She can't do anything.
All right. We can come back. Board Member Manny, can you do the personnel report?
Sure, I can do personnel. The committee, am I getting an echo? Did I do something?
No, we can hear you.
All right. The committee met with the administration earlier this month. We had a presentation from our paraprofessional vendor, ESS. They presented metrics on hiring, retention, and training. They also shared with the committee that they've created an app that allows them to easier track time of our paras, but it also sends alerts and reminders to paras about their shifts and buildings and their responsibilities. The contract is up soon, and district administration is exploring the option to pursue competitive bidding versus the lowest bid. And we are hopeful that we can figure out how to do the competitive bid for our para contract. Just as an aside, the paraprofessionals are unionized and have avenues to seek support and guidance through their union as well as their employer, ESS. And ESS has an on-site supervisor so that our teachers and building leaders have access to discuss issues or concerns as well. The committee discussed the need to ensure that all adults working with our children, lunch aides, paras, bus drivers, etc., are aware of allergies and how to administer an EpiPen. Administration is checking whether or not that is part of the standard annual training as well. We reviewed the personnel and substitute resolutions that are on the agenda for this evening. At the time that we met, one of the retirements is related to COVID. The board also acknowledges the tremendous contribution of our business administrator, Mr. Roth, and we wish him well in his retirement. We reviewed the administration's district vacancies chart and noted that Mr. Roth's business administrator position has been advertised. The applicants for the security position have skewed heavily toward prior law enforcement experience as opposed to experience working to keep children and staff safe. So right now there are no candidates ready for consideration. And as Mr. Roth explained during the budget presentation, it is recommended that the custodial supervisor position is being reimagined, and administration will have a job description for approval at our next meeting. Administration also reviewed some recent residency check complaints and issues and has committed to undergoing a deep dive on all internal processes and the potential for disparate outcomes. And everyone on the committee appreciates that commitment. Administration is continuing to work on systematizing the demographic distribution of staff and students per school so that we can track hires and retirements and leave replacements and finding a way to meet goal number 4, that our staff begins to reflect our student population. And finally, the administration presented preliminary data on the status of staff evaluations. I think I can speak for everyone on the board that we're appreciative of administration undertaking this commitment to ensuring that all staff receive the requisite evaluations in compliance with our commitment to support our staff. And we look forward to an update on the status of those staff evaluations in March. And that is the end of the committee report.
Thank you, Board Member May. Any questions? All right. Board Member Wright, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. You guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Are you?
I think Mr. Bond unmuted me.
Can you provide a committee report for finance this month?
Yes, I can. I can, and I'm so glad it's after midnight and you can't see me because you know what happens after midnight with Cinderella. So listen, Mr. Roth gave a wonderful, wonderful report this evening, and I don't want to regurgitate what he has already given us, but I will say that all of my members of the FFT team were present for our meeting. The much of the discussion covered legal obligations and associated costs. But the one thing is that we were explained that I want to explain to you that it was difficult constructing the budget, not knowing exactly how instruction would be delivered in September. But there are areas, there were areas to research the effectiveness and necessities, and they were identified. And just to do a couple brief ones, I included maintaining additional transportation aides, maintaining additional full-time subs, maintaining daily deep cleaning versus deep cleaning once a week, and increasing class sizes in areas where class size was low. I think that was basically it. the meeting ended with the understanding that anticipated expenditures would be adjusted. Now, our March 4th meeting, this meeting that we had with the FFT was closed. Our March 4th meeting will be an open meeting again, and we'll send out some notices on that. It'll be Mr. Roth's last meeting with us. I don't know. And Paul, you were really, really excited tonight. I've never heard such energy in your voice when you were breaking down things like a fraction. And I loved it. And so good luck to you. And I'm going to say it again next month. We all love you, Paul. And that's all I'm going to say. You know, I don't love too many people outside of my family. But I love you.
Thank you, Board Member Wright. Any questions for Board Member Wright on finance? Okay, Board Member Bergen, you ready for policy?
Sure, I will try to be quick about it. The policy committee met on February 3rd for an hour and a half. We previously looked at the spreadsheet of policies identified as needing review, and we have prioritized for review the mandatory policies, policies related to elementary integration, and other policies flagged by board members. Those policies will begin to be reviewed and, if necessary, revised by their respective committees. They'll come to the board, the full board, in the coming months. If any board member would like to prioritize a particular policy, please let me know and we can initiate that process. We have over 200 policies that are past their review date, so we have our work cut out for us. We have 5 policies up for first read this month. 142 board member qualifications, prohibited acts, and code of ethics. 143 board member election and appointment. 145 board member resignation and removal. 148 board member indemnification, and 5430 class rank. Generally, the revisions are fairly straightforward and are indicated on the marked copies. We're adding the annual review of the Code of Governance to policy 142. My understanding is that previous boards signed this code at the January meeting, and this will make annual review part of the policy. For 145, Strauss-Esme permits the board to remove a member for absences by a majority vote, while the SOMSD version has required a vote of 6 members. This draft presented tonight retains that 6-vote requirement. It also removes the word regular from the types of meetings missed that can trigger removal. For 148 on indemnification, the SOMSD policy is a little different from the Strauss-Esme in the second paragraph. Among other changes, our policy had previously added, the board may determine to indemnify board members in these instances on a case-by-case basis, taking into account the board's prior practices and the good faith of the particular board member for whom indemnification is considered. And this draft retains that language. 5430 class rank, we had a lengthy discussion about this policy. The C&I committee had revised the policy to eliminate class rank, and in the policy committee we discussed concerns about how our district has ranked students, and we present for first read a policy that eliminates class rank. The board and the district have now recognized and are working to dismantle the racial academic segregation in upper level courses at the high school. These courses receive extra weight in the GPA calculation that the district has used to rank students. We discussed the propriety and, frankly, the ethics of using a weighted GPA to evaluate and rank students now that we have documented the long-standing racial segregation in advanced courses. An unintended consequence of using a weighted GPA is to compound the inequities of our current system because the same grade in an advanced class has a higher weight. We discussed ways to recognize student achievement based on a number of factors, not only academics. Dr. Taylor connected this idea to the Portrait of a Graduate project and the bigger picture of exploring the many characteristics and qualities we want to foster in our graduates. In making a decision about how to calculate GPA and how we use it, we would like student input as well as information about best practices from other districts that are also grappling with academic segregation and striving to recognize achievement fairly. So the policy committee determined to ask the C&I committee and administration to delve deeper into the issue of how GPA is calculated and how to use that calculation equitably. We discussed the possibility of a task force to explore the menu of options from other districts and also to survey our students. We suggest that the C&I committee begin to review policy 5440 honoring student achievement, as that policy is where the results of a deeper examination would ultimately be housed in a board policy. We recognize that weighted class rank is an issue that students and families may have strong feelings about, so we want to take our time and be thoughtful in how we proceed in creating a more fair system. We understand that students are making decisions about courses based on the existing weights. We also understand that the current system has bias built into it, and we don't want that bias to extend any farther than it already has through unintended consequences like this. We have no policies up for a second read this month. Thank you.
Board members of your side?
Hi, I think that as Board Member Bergen noted, there's a lot of, strong feelings regarding policy 5430, which discusses class rank, decile, weighting GPAs, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So when we move into the portion where we approve or don't approve resolutions, I know that the resolutions are sometimes lumped together. And so I would like to, at that time, ask to sever 5430 from the larger group of resolutions. And furthermore, I would like to, after we sever, to delay that vote until the next board meeting, because I think that we need a lot of robust conversation about a topic that is so important in terms of access and equity, and also so important in terms of letting the public speak about their feelings, whether those are students, whether those are parents, board members, or any other stakeholders.
Thank you, Board Members of Mayor. Just to clarify, policies for first read aren't part of the resolutions for this evening, so they were just up for first read and they would just move to second read. It would be voted on at next month's meeting.
I'm not sure that I understand the difference. I know that we're not voting the policy in or out, but our vote will indicate that we think it's ready for second read if we vote, if it passes the resolution. And so I don't think that it is ready for second read, and I don't know if other members feel that way. So that and in addition to talk about next meeting.
Understood. I'm just letting you know there isn't anything to sever. I get that's what I'm trying to get at. And then at the second meeting, you know, we can go back to the policy committee with this and then have a discussion where it can still remain, you know, if there are changes made to it, it will become a first read again. So I just wanted to clarify, like there's nothing.
Okay, I understand. I understand now. Thank you for explaining that to me. I definitely was confused about it.
Not a problem. Board Member Wright?
I was going to say that I would like to table that policy in particular. I have a lot to say about it in terms of discussion. I think it's a healthy discussion to have, but it's a discussion nonetheless. So when we do this resolution, I'm glad to hear that it will still be considered a first read, because I think that people do need to weigh in, especially with the, you know, I know y'all hate this. There's a history behind why we're not doing this, and I would like to explain that to the board and get a little more clarity so that we can move forward and get high school back again.
Thank you, Board Member Wright. Yeah, so traditionally, I think after we've had something for first read, we've always sent our comments to the policy chair. I say traditionally, it's been a year, but we've sent comments to the policy chair. They then get incorporated at the following month's policy meeting. And then at that time, if there are enough changes made, it becomes a first read again when it gets represented to the board at the following meeting. Board Member Siders, did I miss anything? I believe that's what we've been doing. Thank you.
That is
Board Member
correct.
Birkin?
Thank you. I thought this tonight was our opportunity to discuss this. I thought that was sort of like the process of first read, was that we had a chance to discuss it. But I'm welcome, you're welcome to send comments to me. The policy committee meets a week from Wednesday. If you would like to send comments that we can consider then. But I would be happy to hear your thoughts now also.
Yeah, I think it's the late hour.
Okay.
It's 12:36. Y'all know I don't have anything to do in the morning. I can let Mother Nature wake me up, but I'm sure some of you guys gotta get up and punch that clock and come to work. And I'm sure, as Ms. Zubietti said, that there will probably be some community who would like to weigh in before we move forward with this particular policy.
Thank you. Board Member Malaspina?
I mean, I took this as in the policy committee, we took this as sort of a stopgap measure because we wanted to get something out there for the everybody, because it's coming time for juniors and everything to get something, but the goal was to go back with the portrait of the grad that's coming up and all of that to get input from everybody. So I just wanted to give people a little history as to how we're at where we are, just so that they understand a little more. But we can discuss this later because it is late.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina. Any other questions relating to the policy committee?
President Joshua, I just for historical reference too, I just want to make sure that it's stated to the public that CNI has had several conversations related to class rank as of lately in this current new year and in 2020 as well. So it has been an ongoing conversation, at least in CNI. So I just wanted to make sure that that was historically referenced.
Thank you, Board Member Cuddle. Any other questions on policy? Board Member Bergen?
I believe that Board Member Malaspina had a question for Ms. Butler about one of the policies.
I did. I just remembered that. Thank you for reminding me. It's so late. I think it was the wording on, what was it? The one about,
I think it was board member removal.
Oh, yes.
Whether removing the word regular from this description of meetings was clear enough that we meant any kind of meeting, or if we needed more than that.
Yes, that was my concern. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, it was more around, if we remove regular, what does that exactly mean? Is it going to cause some confusion with people? And, do we need to spell it out? Just to make it mean, like, is it a regular meeting, a committee meeting, a special meeting? Do we need to spell that out? Just because we don't want any confusion from anyone on this topic.
If I may, that was, it wouldn't be a committee meeting because any committee meetings don't require a quorum. I believe that policy refers to meetings of the full board.
Yes, it would not be a committee meeting.
Okay, good. Good to know. So it just be, so it'd be regular and special?
An emergency, I think.
Okay, do we need to spell that out in any way, shape, or form? Is that best practice? I don't know.
I think the genesis of this was there was a case about probably close to a year ago now where there was a board member removed and went to court, whatever have you, and apparently that policy, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Strauss Estimate had the word regular in their policies, but then the state said the word regular should not be in there. And I think that's sort of the genesis of this,
okay,
of that change. Board Member Manny?
No, it's okay.
Thank you. Any other questions on policy for Board Member Bergen? Okay, that concludes discussion on the committee reports. We're now at the action portion of the meeting. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you. Presenting to the board for consideration, resolutions 4104 through 4113.
Great. Board Member Bergen.
Could I move to sever 4104G, please?
So we can, were they already, I don't think we officially moved them because we didn't do
Oh,
the
okay.
motion. So no, I think this is good because we didn't do the motion. Dr. Taylor brought forward a motion. We didn't actually finish it yet. So can we can do that sever now before we ask for a second from Dr. Taylor. That's correct, Ms. Butler?
Sorry, could we just state what the title of that resolution that's being proposed that we sever is, just so I'm clear?
It's the personal fiscal resolutions.
4017.
I think it's 4104G, personnel.
4104. Okay.
Oh, sorry, 4104. Yeah, the salary adjustments.
Yep, 4104G.
Yeah.
Thanks.
President Joshua, are we moving for discussion, or are we moving? Because if we move to discussion, then we can sever after that.
Yeah, you're right. So let's move for discussion and then we can move to sever before you bring them forward. Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe either way is wrong. Please.
Actually, I'm sorry, but since the motion didn't go all the way through yet, Dr. Taylor could motion 4104 to 4113 except for 4104G, and then motion to move 4104G after action is taken on the first batch.
Mr. Roth, if that's the case, then because then I wanted to move out 4113
For discussion.
Right. So I just
And I wanted
for discussion, but not severance.
I wanted to sever 4112.
Okay, so we got
like three.
Motions to sever are 4104G and 4112.
And
those-
4113.
Yep,
4113 was okay, and 4113.
Can I interject?
Sure.
What we could do, just to make it a little easier, if the two resolutions are just to have a discussion on, once we move them, they can be discussed. If you're severing for a vote, and it sounds like there's a particular one that that one of our board members wants to sever for a vote, it's kind of two different things, right? We can move it forward and sever one for a vote, but then when we go to discussion, we can discuss everything that you wanted to discuss without severing. Make it a little less complex, perhaps.
Okay.
I mean, I'm new, so I'm not exactly sure how this works.
Understood. So, Dr. Taylor, you will make a motion to bring forward for discussion, I guess, everything. And then when we get to the ones for vote, when you bring forward the motions for voting, we will remove the ones that have been highlighted here.
So just one clarification. I think what Paul said was correct. I've put forward, the motion hasn't been accepted yet.
Right.
Correct. I will amend my previous motion to sever 4104.
G, 4112 and 4113.
4104G. And everything else can stay together because it'll just be discussed. But right now we're not discussing 4104G. But everything else has been moved and properly seconded.
But there are also issues about 4112 and 4113.
I don't know if there are issues or just discussions that want to be had.
No, I want to possibly table it. Does that make
Okay.
sense? Or at least have a discussion about tabling it. I don't know what what I have to do there. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, and it's late.
I mean, we'd have to make a motion to table it, or we can just, or make a motion to, when we sever it, if you want to vote differently, we can do it at that time.
Yeah. For me, my experience would be that we can still go with discussion, and you, Board Member Malespina, can make a motion to table it after we're in discussion. And if the board supports it, it would be tabled. If not, it would not be.
Sounds good to me. Whatever is quicker, faster, and might get me to bed before 2 in the morning.
Okay, I can repeat.
That's the quickest way to do it so that you're not going through piecemeal.
All right.
Just do the discussion, the motion to discuss now.
So I will repeat that I'm pushing forward for the board's consideration all the resolutions with the exception of 4104G. I will accept a second.
Second. Okay, so we are now in discussion for everything except 4104G. Board Member Malespina.
So I would like to discuss and possibly table the, is that 4112?
That's correct.
Look at me remembering that at this late hour. So I think that there is still some more discussion that needs to be had about this. There were some concerns that I made you aware of previously, and I don't want to get into them now because it's such a late hour, but I think that we need to do some work ourselves before we bring this up for discussion. So I would like to table it and, bring it back to committees for discussion prior.
I mean, I'm not sure which this, I mean, I think this would go through the policy committee, and I think they just discussed it as part of policies 0142, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Board Member Bergen?
Yes, I think it's 0142 adds the annual review of this code of governance to that policy. That's first read, so we're not voting on it tonight, but the policy committee did look at the code of governance.
I mean, I just have.
What?
No, go ahead, Board Member Manning.
So just for quick history, this board did not make this governance up. We took this from NJSBA as their model. I think there were a few typo gender language changes, but otherwise this came directly from NJSBA.
That's my understanding as well. And then we did.
I understand.
Sorry, go ahead, Board Member Mouse.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I understand that. I just have some concerns about some of the wording, especially achievement. I think that was one of the things that I had concerns about. And just some of the ideas behind some of these things, I think we all need to sort of reflect on if we're doing a good job looking at them before we go ahead and do this.
So I did amend it based on your commentary. I did add the word growth. So that is now in there. And this was also disseminated to the full board with the opportunity to weigh in and provide comments. And your comments have been incorporated to the extent that they can be, and then that we've I haven't heard anything else from the rest of the board with respect to the code of governance.
That's fine. We can move ahead with voting for them. I'm fine with moving ahead for voting if everybody feels that way.
4113, Board Member Cottle.
Yep. Thank you, President Joshua. Just a moment. Various devices are now on their last final minutes of battery juice. Hold on. Here we go. Yes. So I just wanted to make sure that for the public and for our minutes that it was reflected that the resolution 44113, excuse me, that resolution in of itself and its significance and importance, not just for us as a South Orange Maplewood School District, as I do believe, and I defer to Board Member Manny and Board Member Miss Wright as our seasoned members on the board. I believe this will be the first time that our district will be submitting any type of resolution to be included for adoption for the next NJSBA Board of Delegate meeting. And I just wanted to take this moment to inform the public of the significance of that and what that means. And to briefly state that the NJSBA Delegate Assembly it meets in the fall and it meets in the spring, and we are represented by Board Member Siders. Is that correct?
I believe Board Member Siders is an alternate. No, you're right. That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. It's getting late. The Delegate Assembly, which is for a brief explanation to keep this short, is every school district in the state of New Jersey then sends a delegate member that's been appointed by their board to Delegate Assembly. It's kind of like the United Nations of our school boards in the state of New Jersey. It's actually really, if it was in person, it's a really neat experience. It's really, it's a great opportunity, and that Delegate Assembly makes proposals that the adoption of the greater membership of NJSBA board and policies that picks up that then would help create those regulations and policies and procedures for board members, a standing policy sample for board members and districts across the state of New Jersey. So it's very simplistic explanation of that, but what this resolution will do is ask that on behalf of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education, that we are asking for adoption at the NJSBA Delegate Assembly to reaffirm and commit to include inclusive language, including LGBTQ plus language, and if reaffirming LGBTQ plus language, students, families, and staff as they consider their policies and procedural manual, and that also as they move forward, adopt and use the affirming language LGBTQ plus when identifying inclusion policies, and also making sure that school districts across the board and school districts across the state of New Jersey have that recommendation for creating inclusive language within their policies, similar to what we already do in model here, as my colleagues and my seasoned colleagues that have been doing, such as Board Member Manning and Board Member Wright, for some time in our greater community and our board here. So I just wanted to make sure we paused to tell the public about that, the significance of this. If it is accepted at the next NJSBA Delegate Assembly in May, then it would go for that formal adoption during that meeting. So this process then from the resolution of this board will send it to the NJSBA Policy Committee. Their policy committee will review the resolutions. If those resolutions are accepted and they've been formatted and approved properly, one of the processes like we're doing tonight is one of the requirements, it will be put forward then at that May Delegate Assembly, which will be represented by Board Member Siders to bring this resolution tonight forward to the full Delegate Assembly for formal adoption during that meeting by the whole entire convening of NJSBA delegates. Thank you to my board members. Thank you to Superintendent Dr. Taylor and our SLT team for your continued commitment in modeling best practices and inclusion and acceptance of all of our students and families, and especially also making sure our most marginalized students and families, including LGBTQ+ students, families, and staff, are represented, heard, and seen. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cuddle. Any other discussion on items up besides 4104G? I just want to highlight 4111 quickly, which is the school district's what do you want to call this? A resolution of requesting Governor Murphy to include public school district personnel in the official expert vaccine allotment panel's definition of frontline workers, basically to prioritize our educators for COVID-19 vaccines. And I won't read the entire thing, but it is it's up. It is 4111, and it's in our meeting minutes. I just wanted to make sure that that's highlighted. Okay, so should we close discussion and then do the severing? All right. Motion to.
I think you've already severed. You moved everything except for that G.
4104G, but I think there's a.
So now you're at the vote.
Well, I think there's yeah, I think
that, the 411 whatever 2, the one I was talking.
Right. Yeah. Right. Correct. So we are at discussion point. So let's move everything for a vote except 4112.
Since 4112 was moved with the batch, Board Member Malaspina would have to make a motion to sever 4112 for a vote. There would need to be a second. All in favor, aye. And then if it happens, we have a separate vote on it.
I am making that motion that you said, Paul, whatever you just said, because I'm too tired to remember exactly what you said, but I'm going to go with that. I make that motion.
I second.
Second. Right. Okay, so we're now moving to vote. It's everything except 4104G and 4112. Dr. Taylor?
I think you're voting on the 411 to sever. That was just
first. Okay, we're voting to sever. Okay, so we're voting to sever.
Received the request and the second.
Can we still all in favor on the sever? Okay. It's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, so now let's move. Dr. Taylor, you ready to move the remaining for a vote?
So they've already been moved and properly second. So I think you're ready, that you're clear to vote. And for everyone, so the 4112 was not severed or was successful?
It was severed.
So you're voting on everything except for
4112
and the G. That was
okay.
Yep.
Got it. All right, Mr. Roth, will you please call the roll?
Okay, just to clarify, this is the roll call to approve resolutions 4104 through 4113, except for 4112 and 4104G. So starting at the top, Board Member Susan Bergen.
Yes.
Board Member Shannon Cuddle.
Yes.
Board Member Thayer Joshua.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Manny.
Yes.
Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
Yes.
Board Member Erin Siders.
Yes.
Board Member Courtney Wingfield.
Yes.
Board Member Johanna Wright.
Yes.
Board Member Kamal Zubieta.
Sorry, yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Okay. Now we can make a motion to vote on 41102.
No.
Mr. Roth, can you please call?
4104G and then 4112.
My understanding is that we haven't moved 4104G for discussion yet, right?
Correct. You have not.
Okay.
But I thought you said 4102. That's why I was.
Oh, so no, 4112. Sorry. Okay. All right, Mr. Roth, can you please call the roll? This is for 4112.
Okay, and now just sticking to our new method, I'm calling it in reverse. This way the order changes. So Board Member Kamal Zubieta.
Yes.
Board Member Johanna Wright.
We didn't hear you, Johanna. You're muted.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Okay, got it. Yes, we do. Thank you. Board Member Courtney Wingfield.
Yes.
Board Member Erin Siders.
Yes.
Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
No.
Board Member Anne Marie Manning.
Yes.
Board Member Thayer Joshua.
Yes.
Board Member Shannon Cuttle.
Yes.
Board Member Susan Bergen.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-1.
Thank you. And now a motion to move 4104G to discussion. You have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, all in favor? All right. Now we're in discussion for 4104G.
Okay.
Just to make sure everyone knows, this is personnel, so there's very minimal discussion that we could have.
Any discussion? Okay, close this. Closing discussion on 4104G. Mr. Roth, can you please call the roll?
Okay, roll call for 4104G. Board Member Susan Bergen.
No.
Board Member Shannon Cuttle.
Yes.
Board Member Thayer Joshua.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Manning.
Yes.
Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
Yes.
Board Member Erin Siders.
Yes.
Board Member Courtney Wingfield.
Yes.
Board Member Johanna Wright.
Yes.
Board Member Kamal Zubieta.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-1.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. I believe we are now at the time for our second public speaks. Mr. Bonds, do we have any?
Nothing that I see.
Okay. With that said, we are now time for new business. Any new business? Board Member Wright.
I was wondering, this meeting was so long, I was wondering if we could begin having 2 meetings a month to handle business so we can get in at a decent hour. If we could discuss that or make that happen. We used to do that in the past, and it doesn't make, it's difficult to make sound decisions late at night.
Yeah, I think there are ways we can shorten the meeting in order to not have to do that. I think having, a retreat or something like that to focus on access and equity, I think that was a good idea. I think I heard earlier this evening, and sort of separating out presentations so that they get the focus that they deserve as a way to, and maybe that's not a voting meeting, but it's a meeting to have thorough discussion on topics that we all believe are important. So I think that that's a way we can move forward to provide opportunity for topics to get, like I said, the full attention that they richly deserve. So we can consider that moving forward.
I agree with Ms. Wright that this is something we need to look at.
So President Joshua, under new business, I was also going to perhaps bring up just the beginning of a potential conversation for something around this, given I know that this is an exception to our usual exception of a late hour. But just perhaps proposing that as a board or what committee it might go into, looking to see if there are other potential models that we might look at for meeting structure. I know that either varied robust conversations that happen in our committee meetings, our C&I can last 3 hours, 4 hours, and we can go on and have great conversations there. And then, you know, what that leads to perhaps is that always the best space and time to have that much of deep, really great discussion within those, you know, several hours, similar to perhaps our longer board meetings. So if this is something that perhaps we could just put out there under new business, and maybe that we can, if folks feel comfortable, that we can perhaps look at other models or just revisit it just as a conversation. Or I just wanted to perhaps bring that up that way, that you know, we're using the best use of our time and the district's time. But I do share a concern that sometimes that are some of our most important and passionate decisions and conversations sometimes can hit later in the evening. And I know I can speak for myself that late in the evening, at times perhaps after 11 o'clock, I might not even be my sharpest self as I usually am. And perhaps others are feeling the same. So I just wanted to propose that.
I am also in agreement that we should move forward with whatever you just said, Shannon.
And again, I don't think we're going to solve an answer right now. I'm just wanted to propose that as just a thought for future consideration, discussion as a board. So.
Okay, let's take it back and look at, I know that, you know, we have lots of contacts in JSBA and other boards. We've seen, you know, some models bi-weekly, et cetera, or bi-monthly, I should say. Or is it a monthly meeting, quote unquote, legislative meeting, if you will, lack of a better term, where we do all the voting and do all the actions, and then there's a special meeting where we tackle a topic and give it a deep dive that it deserves. Maybe that's something we should consider, considering we have a lot of important issues coming up. Board Member Manning.
And we should also take advantage of the annual agenda that Dr. Taylor and the administration put together. We might be able to bucket some of those important topics.
Agreed. Thank you for that. Dr. Taylor?
Just one point of reference. I'd be more than happy to work with our team and work with the policy committee to dig through what different districts look like, you know, as far as what their work is. I know some places they do actionable meetings twice a month because they're so dynamic that, you know, every meeting is just like the meeting we just had, but it's cut in half because it's twice per month. That way you're never getting backed up on your approvals and backed up on the actions that you need, and it kind of speeds up also the fiscal functions so that we're not waiting as long to also pay folks, meaning our vendors or folks who've done services for us. And I've also seen, as you described, where one meeting was a conference meeting, where it was just presentations and it was just discussions about them, but all the action was held to the second meeting, but the second meeting couldn't have presentations, right? You weren't just adding more presentations. You wanted to make sure that each one was really well defined. So it's probably something for your bylaws as well.
Thanks, Dr. Taylor. Board Member Wright?
The other thing, it would be wonderful if sometime within the next 3 years, I'll get to see a trustee meeting live in South Orange, because our meetings conflict. And maybe we should really look at the Monday in which we're having meetings, because we've conflicted for quite some time because we changed the Monday meeting that we have. I feel like I'm not a real citizen of South Orange. It's difficult, but I can tell you that we've had 2 board meetings for almost 35 years in this district, and we changed a few years ago to having 1 meeting and having all these important things happen after midnight. We need to stop that.
Duly noted, Board Member Wright. Thank you. Any other new business? Can you not hear me? Okay. Any other new business? So just to wrap this up, I think we should take the meeting policy to the policy committee as a start, and let's work through that there. Executive committee can also weigh in because we help, with setting the annual agenda and find ways that maybe we can, at least for the 2021 calendar, we can look at ways to schedule a special meeting here and there to tackle an important topic, as well as get required NJSBA in there and try to make those meetings useful, or not useful, but try to tackle 2 things, a 30-minute training and then a deep dive discussion into a particular topic. Board Member Siders.
Actually, I can't remember what the number is, but there is a bylaw that governs how our meetings are structured, and that bylaw has already gone to the policy committee. And so I believe the takeaway was that executive committee would discuss it with Dr. Taylor. So I can set that up.
Thanks. Thank you, Board Member Siders. All right, Dr. Taylor, in agreement?
Yeah, I've been trying to find that number in all my notes, what that number is. I've been bugging Dr. Alegria to try to find what that number of that particular.
I have it. I'll send it out.
Great, thank you. Any other new business? All right, I'll close new business. The Board of Education is scheduled to meet Monday, March 15, 2021 at 6:30 in closed session via the online video conference platform to discuss personnel and legal issues, negotiations, and other matters, which will be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session Monday, March 15th, 2021 at 7:30 using the online video conference platform. Community can view the meeting via the following steps on our WebEx and YouTube channel and website. Action will be taken. Can I have a second? Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And at 1:13 a.m. on Tuesday, February 23rd, I'll call this meeting adjourned and hope we never do this again.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. Most importantly, everybody, please stay safe. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening, morning.